Hello, hello, hello. It is Saturday, and Fire Games, are you saying that you would smash and not pass? Alright. Let's do it. I am already exhausted. Alright, here we go. Here's what we got. And immediately falls off and breaks. Excellent. That's how this is gonna go the entire stream. Guaranteed. Alright. We begin with gluing. Perfect. I love it. He's the best. I had a feeling I might pin this arm so it stays. Or a little bit of green stuff. How are the people doing? I'm gonna get my cameras wandering. It's probably more green stuff than I even need. Here's how we're gonna fix this. Because that's what this model needs. This just sergeant of a whatever squad needs is more green stuff. I could pin it, but I don't feel like drilling or cutting up a paper clip or whatever. Because once we get this on and then dries overnight, as long as it doesn't pop off again, it'll be good. I think that's good for music. Alright. Not even sure if we need this much, to be honest. Even this might be too much green stuff. Let's go even less. It shows green stuff right in there. Way in that hole. So it gets a really potent grip. And then hope and pray and desire the outcome to be that there's not too much green stuff on the outside. And that's, yep, about where we had it. And a little bit lower. Yeah, about there. Great. As long as I don't knock it off again in about 24 hours, that will be super solid, in theory. And I got a little bit of extra green stuff for whatever. I don't know. This is, I'll probably harden before I do anything with it, but eh. Alright. Uh, yeah, on to making progress. Which will be starting with his head. Specifically, I am thinking the black. Soft seal and hair. And my camera keeps drifting in 100 different directions. You know, I think this was like the one type of mohawk I didn't try back in my late teens, early 20s. Was the like short crop, hard buzz cut, everything else shaved off. I think I hit everything else at one point or another, except this one. Now I don't have the hairline for it. That's fine. Well, I have the line, just not the thickness. The line exists. The thickness does not exist. Alright, I'm not gonna worry massively about black on the skin, as we're gonna be, like, I'll try to get some excess off, but, like, it's not the biggest deal. Alright, I'm trying to think. Do I want to do the skin next or the steel? The white armor bits, that's definitely happening last. You know what? Let's do the skin first, so the null oil on here automatically pulls it down. You know, pulls it down. That makes total sense. Uh, shades, you know where it connects there. And right before that's when we'll do the Dawnstone on the black. As usually I'll do for soft seals on these white scars anyway. I've been doing Abaddon Black, Dawnstone, Shade with no oil, cleans it up, pulls it together a bit. I'll probably do something relatively similar with the hair, although I might make it a little bit brighter. We'll see how it goes. And it does seem to be a service stud in there, so I have to keep that in mind. Alright, let's get, oh, I always forget how I colored these. I want to say it was a Bestigor Flesh base. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then that slowly leads into Kislev Flesh. Might actually do some blending today. Don't do much blending on the white scars. I'm gonna assume that's some form of compliment about my boss painting skills. Only head, man. That's all you can get out of it. Despite all your effort, that's all that comes of it. Before I gotta get to work on some guardsmen for my Safa game, and there I like the police more than guards, really. So, Arbites. It's in a town. What did I even say? It's in a town called Babish. They are referred to as the Babish Protectors Force (BPF). Well, you couldn't figure out a way of making them the BPA. Oh no, I think I called it the town Cowan for some reason. I don't know. I I am starting my 8 hour stream like notably physically tired and behind schedule, like painting wise. Yeah, well, while that's drying, I'm gonna get some skin tone and begin shading the sides of these. One, did I go all the way to? No. Alright. You're super high. Fair enough. Now I guess we will make no sense together, as it should be. Strangely enough, you really can't see the edges properly looking at right side up. You really gotta turn it upside down. Had a from the oven yeah, there we go again. Fresh blueberry bagel from the baker this morning. So it's safe to say I'm having a amazing day so far. So it takes really some really good bagels highlighted my week. That is both commendable and sad simultaneously. Like that's it's good that that's all it takes, but man, that's also some pretty low standards. I strip might not give this guy pupils. We'll see how it goes. You learn to accept your wins. Oh wait, inside and outside. Give me your tongue. I will fix his teeth later. Although maybe he just has a bloody mouth right now. You know, he's Space Marine. He's been fighting. We'll see how it goes. I might highlight just enough that you can see the teeth again, but it still looks bloody. We'll see how it goes when I get back to the mouth. It just drank red Kool-Aid, yeah. That's why the white scars are the way they are. I will say I have enjoyed that part about this commission is that all the tiny little details and stuff, uh, I have, I can do whatever I want. That part is nice. Part of that is because well before the commission, the clients and I established that we have very similar definitions for what's cool, especially when it comes to models. The rest just Kool-Aid stains. Yeah, they always gotta be doing it fast. They don't got time to do laundry. That's just tossing power armor pieces into a washing machine. You gotta angle the pauldrons, else they won't go in right. Alright, it's too wet for now for me to go back and fix that. Thankfully, I did a test combat with the players before the last session, so I know just like 3 guards with laser rifles will probably wipe the party. Oh boy. Are you doing like lore correct las guns? Like the community calls them flashlights as a joke because we're talking on like the tabletop, but like in the lore, las guns are stupidly powerful and effective against most things, especially humans. Good lord, they're effective against humans. Like you think, oh, that guardsman sergeant has a las pistol, ha ha ha. Oh no, that thing will take you apart way worse than the 44 Magnum, and it has no recoil. So that guy is just sniper with that thing. It's all pointing. The entirety of the Imperial Guard is just point and click adventures. on full auto. Well, not all of them are full auto, but the ones that aren't full auto hit even harder. The Lucius pattern that the Deathcore Krieg uses. I want to say they're semi-auto. They might be quote-unquote bolt action or, you know, quote-unquote single shot, but like, they hit so hard. Alright. Although I think I might just let police forces seem strong until the party levels to be able to face them easily. Not that strong, but as a just normally equipable weapon does like 3d6 damage, you can use a bonus action to do an extra 1d6 as well. There's still a lot of damage for a martial weapon. It is. Makes sense getting hit with a laser rifle should mess you up. Yes. In case you weren't aware, lore accurate laser rifle hits you, the heat of it in the impact. Some writer, you know, a small minority of writers due to classic sci-fi, oh, it causes a cauterized, piercing wound. And then the good writers realize that realistically, here's what happens. It hits your flesh and instantly evaporates all the moisture in your flesh and blood, causing an explosive uh, release of steam. So it literally like just throws limbs across the room and takes heads off and like giant chunks out of your torso. Like it's vicious. So explodes you from the inside, right? Yeah, exactly. That's what a like the blasters from Star Wars or any energy weapon should just when it hits a soft target. Any moisture inside that thing is now on the outside, and by now I mean like instantaneously, which means everything in between is gone. Yes, this usually looks like a mess at this stage. We're gonna fix that. Actually, I have to go back. There is one thing I hate about doing cheeks is that they always coffee stain in a weird way. And you need like the middle of them to be darker, but they always want to dry more on the outsides. Because it makes sense, they all have stun guns. It is funny, I think, how all blasters stun guns, and from the looks of it, based on one particular Bad Batch episode, I'm like, why don't they use stun all the time? It seems to be more effective than blasters. It has a ring thing that anything inside it gets hit with it, and it seems to have the same range and rate of fire. It's like, just use stun. You can drop guys faster and more efficiently, especially in formation. As stun weapons work is they deal lightning damage. Now Treya says this gun is non-lethal. Anyone dropped his airbuds get incapacitated and stabilized. That's pretty cool. I like that. That just made me wanna make a weapon like that in D&D and have it like attached to like a melee, like a mace that isn't enchanted to do that, but the guy's an interrogator paladin type dude. So actually, that's the worst fate possible of just getting smacked by this dude and getting dragged off. Because it's basically Dark Angel's chaplain. You shall repent. Oh, I missed under the nose. I probably also should have like watered down this ink a little bit, but we'll be fine. It'll be okay. Alright, I need to take some Kislev flesh and begin blending. For reference, Kislev flesh is this color. Oh, some. I love that the primary weapons used by the party and a lot of enemies is stun weapons, because they don't want to get the smoke for murder. I think the ink there is still drying, actually. Somehow. Like, it seemed like killing someone is a really big deal no matter the situation. I mean, what you could do is that if, like, all the guards always have their stuff set on stun, and then the second they're like, somebody's dead, all of their rifles just turn to, lethal. And then it's 3d6 damage to your face. Yeah, it's like someone's down, and like stormtroopers in reverse, basically. You know, like episode 4 in the first scene. It's like that entire scenario in reverse. It's like there's the princess, kill her. I have to make a swap weapons because it's not a Sang, it's like it's a different gun entirely from a laser Gauss blast rifle. Ah, well, isn't well if you're using D&D 5e, like swapping weapons, I think is a free action. But but yeah, which is a sci-fi thing, so you can have what is in a lot of 40K. A lot of different races have like things with like heads up displays that shows them uh if their allies are still alive or not, or what the health stats of their allies are. Space Marines, Tau, and some of the more high tech other sub factions of the Imperium have that stuff. The five hand that hand you're holding weapons in and sheet unseen takes resources. Oh, is it really? I guess it's just been a long time since I've done it. Sheathing is free, but unsheathing is a bonus action. Well, I mean, do they really have much else to do with their bonus action? It just like in reality, do they even have any bonus actions they can take besides the default ones? No, I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. There you go. So yeah, as soon as one of them dies, it shows up in their heads up display, so all of them know it, and then they all just switch to lethal, like someone's down, and then yeah, they got Jerry, kill him, and like that's just how it goes. And it's like well-known knowledge, which could actually, yeah, turn into an interesting thing where even gangs are very careful in combat because you might be able to get away easier by keeping them working on stun and not killing their dudes. And then you have some gangs that their whole shtick is being super aggressive and going for the kill. Yeah, there's a lot you could do with this concept, actually. All the guns have bonus action moves like burst fire, auto fire, spends more bullets to either increase the damage or make the attack AoE respectively. Yeah, start a stun pistol, but if someone goes down, they all whip out the blaster rifles. Yeah, Yeah, which has a lot of implications for the culture of organized crime. Like I said, like anytime you have a standardized reaction to stuff, other things are going to react off that reaction because it's predictable, so they can plan for it. Like reorganized crime will stun you somewhere insane and drag you off some remote to put you down a real blast. But yeah, right. Um, well, maybe it's hmm. I suppose if they have a citywide like, I mean that could work too. But I was thinking even just in reference to the cops. But yeah, that could be a thing too. Like there could be scanners around that are meant to protect the citizens' health and show if there's serious health problems to call for health authorities. But if the scanners pick up a violent death, then officers are sent there ready to take lethal action. Or it could only apply to the police. So, like organized crime only uses stun against the police, except for like that one crazy gang that wants to go wild and go for the kill because that's their whole like shtick. Like they're the crazy ones. Yeah, if you have killed someone, no bars held back more. Yeah, right. Like they have a no um what do you call it? No tolerance policy for murder for some reason. Maybe they have some kind of population issue. I don't know. But yeah, once they got you pinned for attempt to if like to be really realistic, the moment you throw lethal, there's just slinging lethal back. More focus on threat at hand. Uh, I don't. I wouldn't do the attempted lethal because that opens up to them construing like being able to use any definition they want as to what is lethal, right? And like realistically, that's not a thing you can easily distinguish in like real life. That's a game mechanic. So it's kind of like fourth wall breaking in that regard. However, like successfully being lethal, you can't argue with that. Like they successfully killed someone. That was definitely lethal. Because one job of a cop has always been one step above a suspect. Yeah, well, they have stun guns that work, I assume, much better than our current ones. One suspect, you want two, three cops. Suspect's hands, you get taser. Has taser, you get handgun. Suspect gets handgun, you get long rifle. Suspect long rifle, you get SWAT team. I like to reflect that in my game if I can. Fair. I feel like I need to do a wash to like tone down this like I feel like the skin tone ink went on a bit dark. It also keeps reflecting in certain places because it kind of went glossy. You know, here's what I'm gonna do. Take some of the base coat color, best color flesh, and I'm gonna make a wash out of it. I did not want to get paint on the eye, but I guess that's where we're at now. Guess I have to go back and fix that later. Yay! Yep, it's just going straight into the eye. Even though on the other side it doesn't do that. It's weird. Must be something about the shape. It just drags it right into the eyeball. But alright, we'll just let that dry for now. If you engage a police officer, a police person, more and more, we'll just keep funneling in an intense rate. And the more crazy you get with your weapons and spells, they're just gonna one up you. I think that's what I'm gonna do. It should be next to impossible to just win an hour at test of force against a police force in their town. Well, at least when you're low level, anyway. I see the individual cop at this place being equivalent like a level 5 fighter at least. And that makes sense. I guess they would be more like glass cannons. Like, yeah, I got training in the weapons equipment, but still fairly low HP pulls. It's the amount I'm gonna turn up that's real issue. They deal just as much, not more damage than you each, but they drop pretty easily. The camera does not do this face like any favors. Not gonna lie. Like, jeez. Only deal more damage because my players have to have access to pistols right now. Max didn't start with rifles. They are gonna have to get them some other way, and they're expensive. I'm not gonna pretend like it's not totally possible. The players heist the police station's weapons locker for rifles. I had a group do that in my fantasy games. They heist the guard's tower for their armor and weapons because they had just lost all their stuff. It reminds me, I also gotta get some more work done on the playlist for sci-fi games. The fantasy music just doesn't do it. Yeah. Hmm. Do. So many things, so much time, but so much procrastination. Go on and work on it, but the time just doesn't feel right, you know? Yeah. What are some of your favorite sci-fi games? I went through Mass Effect and Halo for stuff I could use for my playlist. Other favorite sci-fi games. Well, so there's a strategy game called Sword of the Stars. It's one of my favorite games ever. Has an okay playlist, I suppose. It has extremely good like ambient, just like nothing's really going on music. For like just super space thing. Yeah, Sword of the Stars. Its battle music is a little bit epic for like low level D&D combat, D&D style combat. What else? I don't even remember what Borderlands music sounds like, to be honest. What other Destiny? Destiny has some really good soundtracks, honestly, for like deep sci-fi. Oh yeah, and check out like Sword of Stars, like Empire Manager. Sounds like the music for the Empire Management. Yeah, Destiny's probably got some really good stuff because they have a lot of just you wandering around the various planet maps. How's this drawing? Um, it might actually be kind of hard to find. It's a very niche game. Well, I was saying Empire Management. So like the game's split into Empire Management and Combat. Like everything's in one of those two segments. Sword of the Stars. Uh, a lot of videos of their battle music. Didn't no one just put up their like weird? Hmm. I remember there being like four different songs for the menu of Sword Stars 2. So what is this? Oh, this is like creepy and eerie. You might want to use this for like exploration of somewhere creepy. I'll link it. Empire Management is what I was saying, but that didn't get me anything on YouTube. Uh, this is me. I'm gonna see what else I can find. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so here's a playlist with all of the OSTs. This Brings so many memories back. Some of them recent. I've been playing this game for like off and on for like 15 years. Yeah. Anyway. His face is, I guess, okay. Need to do some of the eyes, I guess. Oh, you know what? Oh, the ink dried. Blast. You know what I should have done instead of doing the ink pure? Should have mixed it, but I'm an idiot. Hour in, I haven't even finished the head I was supposed to do yesterday. Oh, all my screen just went black. One of those things. Okay. Oh, I think I was still alive. I think I just have to reload a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I like my cam. Great. Actually, oh, weird. I love it. Just random. Everything stops working. It's the best. There we go. Here, I need a little bit of white. And a little bit of white. I need all the medium gone, basically. Is to actually just apply and stay exactly where I put it. Hey, Redwing, welcome back. Listen, the only one that can be late here is me, and I have already proclaimed that everything's in flex time, so I can't even be late. There's no late. Just waiting for that to dry it, and I want to figure if I even want to try to put pupils on this guy. Do I even want to try? Still got some black paint here. I finished building a Chris last night. Nice. I am behind schedule. Yeah, that's what I expected. Just black everywhere. Cuckoo fan, no eye look again. Not exactly. Just due to how the mouse composition is, it wouldn't work as well. It's such a careful balance between enough slash wet enough paint to come off the brush and too wet that it goes not where the exact tip of the brush wants. I might get flow improver involved. I might get flow improver involved. We're gonna do this right. So like a lot of it comes down to the composition of like the ideal angle, right? The ideal angle of like here's the angle, here's the best angle to look at this miniature, and that's usually where you take your primary picture from. And for the chaplain, it's from like above and to his right, right? Like I'll grab him. So like he's looking down, right? So probably like the ideal angle was like about this, right? So the way his face is aligned and like how he's supposed to be a chaplain, or even maybe even a master of sanctity, he's supposed to be like white scars but super stern. So like the old like super grizzled Asian dude, like kind of works with the whole black like no eyes, just shadow type thing, right? This guy is going to be like the ideal angle is him like coming up this ramp and shooting like down and something like this, right? So you're gonna be seeing more or less right into his face, which is like his like right. So like if there's a chance you can see the eyes at all, needs eyes, which sucks. Right, like take a lot of pictures of miniatures, and even without like doing some study into the matter, you'll eventually figure that out anyway. Just because it just looks better. And then once you figure it out, then you start factoring that into how you paint stuff, and then stuff starts looking even better and it looks more purposeful and everything. So like this guy, for example, uh he has a bit of a slit pupil there, but oh no, actually no, it works pretty well. He actually has more highlight on this side of his head because he's going to be tilted like this a little bit, right? Actually, adding the pupils really like made him look way better on camera all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. He looked pretty crap on camera before, and now all of a sudden he looks like pretty decent. I still cheat and put helmets on anything. I usually do too. I have very few unhaunted heads, and it's usually because that was their default build. But like 1, 2, 3. Okay, one guy that I put. To be fair, Raven Guard is pretty easy to make like a really good head, especially because they have black eyes. Like after a while, they get super pale skin, super black eyes. So like that's a pretty lore accurate bear head, honestly, for a Raven Guard that's been around long enough to end up in the third company. Also, this is super dusty. Jeez. Let me undust this a little bit. I do need a covered display case or like 7. This is true. Okay, let's try that again. Right, so like that's not hard to do really. Like, you know, you have a base coat of like probably like Kislev flesh and then a little bit shading around the eyes and the scar, and then you make the head more and more pale as you go up. You add a little bit more white, a little bit more whatever, you know. So to be fair, Raven Guard is not that hard. Another good example is this Infiltrator. This is from forever ago, but I mean, also very dusty. Oh yeah, and it's got a little bit of frosting from when I sealed him, but eh. So another good example. I mean, it's just really pale, dude. Not very difficult. But yeah, primarily everyone has helmets for most of my army. Anyway, alright, so I think this guy's face is done. Now I gotta do the rest of the helmet bits, which will start with the metal. So I get lead belcher. Let's see if this head can be done by the 2 armor. I'm starting to really think at this point this guy's not going to be done today. Which is annoying because, like, that's the end of the streaming for the week. Ah, the attempt will be made. My visual is really jumping around right now if the Twitch preview is to be believed. I don't know why. Everything on my end is great. Oh yeah, when you built the Kratos, did you magnetize it or did you go with a specific build? And why was it Volkite? Why wasn't Max Volkite? For just a flood of mortal wounds. I actually hear it was supposedly extremely easy to magnetize as far as tanks are concerned. With all the Volkite possible. Yeah, nah, that's what I figured. I mean, come on, it's just a tank with like 7 Volkite guns on it. As a big fan of the Volkite Relic Contemptor, and even Volkite pistols on as many dudes as I can, I was quite impressed with the amount of Volkite they shove in that thing. It's because I feel like Night Lords would love those and they look great. Yeah. A lot of music, Destiny 2, I'm not even halfway through it. Yeah, well, I mean, Destiny 2 it was designed to be designed to be like a template they were gonna just carry forward in the future as long as the Destiny project existed. So like every time they add new content, they add more music. I'd probably still play Destiny 2 if I had people to play with. It's just I don't know, I can't for the little bit of time I have to throw at gaming, it feels like I don't get enough out of it for playing by myself compared to other games. Also, tell me if the streaming's jumping around a lot visually. So my preview is telling me I'm getting all kinds of lag stuff. Built for Fluffy mostly. I kit bash for fluff. I magnetize weapons. Like, religiously. Good on your end? Okay, good. As usual, my Twitch preview is wrong, but in this case, in a good way. So right now it's telling me that the whole stream's a mess. It's jumping everywhere, loading, lagging, all kinds of crap. Oh yeah, I don't think you'd be proud of my Contemptor. I don't think I ever showed you my Contemptor. Well, one of my Contemptor. I have two of them, but the other one is not painted right now. Buttery smooth for you. Perfect. Ah, this guy is one of my pride and joys. I'm so annoyed it got as frosted as it did. Used to be very black. Bloody storm shield doing weird stuff if you don't clean everything absolutely perfectly before you do your stuff to it, before you seal it in. All right. Oh, my camera's wandering again. Yes, I knocked the thing over again. I just hope the arm didn't pop off again. And yeah, fully magnetized. And to make it easier for me to transport him in carry cases, he's actually magnetized halfway too. These are all real chain, by the way, including the one wrapped on here, which, dear God, that was annoying to do, but came out great. So yeah, very fun. I look forward to doing something similar with the other one eventually. Especially now that I need to replace all the firepower I lost with my Storm Raven because they can only come in turn 2 now. Disappoint. Oh wait, Night Lord's player and also my Sakaran Vander. This is my favorite model in my collection. I say the other one's my pride and joy, but I mean gameplay wise, I can't beat this. This thing does so much work. I did most of this on stream. There's also so many details in this thing, including an Inquisitor brand there. Iron Warriors head there. That was super fun to paint, actually. These also are magnetized. Second jump to heavy bolters. I can never get this to focus, but maybe. It's actually, there we go. Because word bearers right all over their armor. And these actually are all, they're not just like prime factions that the Raven Guard hate. Ravens never forget. But actually these and every faction represented actually on this are actually all factions my local players play. Like one of my local Necron players plays whatever dynasty that is. They're Orc players, Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, Alpha Legion, Tau, more Tau there. Didn't I have a Gene Stealer scroll somewhere? Oh yeah, Gene Stealers. I have Gene Stealers player. Um, I wish I had some Jukari bits because there's a Jukari player as well. Yeah, my Raven Guard are very angry and love their trophies, unlike lore Raven Guard. But I want to be creative. Actually, wasn't that hard to do the thing in the helmet. If anything, mounting it, like all the chain, that was the worst part. Painting stuff was relatively easily. Oh yeah, and the rack thing, that whole thing pops off. It's magnetized, so I can move it because that definitely does not fit like that in my storage cases. Yeah, the chains, mounting stuff on chains was the hardest part on every single part of that because it's all actual chain pieces, uh, like cut off, cut in half, and then glued to the skulls, which is all using linemans. Which, yes, I do so much chain work on my own guys that I literally just keep linemans next to me. Easy reach. I need to remember to put that into my tool bag for tomorrow, actually. I gotta do some. I gotta go do an electric job tomorrow. Well, camera hookup job, technically. Alright, where am I at? Right, okay. The metal's done. Dawnstone on black, and then no oil. Doing a Night Desecrator with Imperial Knight's head hanging from a chain, and it's a pain. Yeah, it's a pain, but it looks so good when it's done. It's totally worth it. Dawnstone. Oh yeah, I should probably check. Yeah, his arm didn't break off because I put green stuff in there, and it's gotta harden all the way. Yeah, I started the stream with knocking him off and his arm flew. It's like, all right, let's put some green stuff in there and hope that sticks it once it dries. But yeah, the new Arcs of Omen stuff have me really changing up my list. My, I mean, the general concept of it is the same, but I gotta figure out what replacement units for different things. I effectively play Raven Guard like more maneuverable Imperial Fists, where it's based on infiltrators uh, taking over the midfield right from the get-go, from forward deploy, and then a whole bunch of really big guns providing threat saturation as well as covering fire for the infiltrators to get points, get tons and tons of points. And that strategy works. Last August, well, Raven Guard were considered the second, nope, third worst faction in the game. I took third. Just got my Horsey Hera armor set, so time to build Talos. Oh yeah, there we go. Let's go. Still waiting to see Forge World's rendition of Raven Guard. And to see if it's anywhere near Liber Demonica. Or, what's the name of that one? H2 long string of letters? Yeah, it does the duck helmets. Hold on. Where is it? They're not gonna be resin because they've been their whole thing lately has been remaking everything in plastic. But yeah. I gotta do a thing real quick. I will be right back. Enjoy the slideshows of the BRB screen. I am back. Why isn't the music playing? Oh, there we go. I'm actually gonna restart this playlist. There we go. We'll go with that. All right, where are we at? Oh yeah, I gotta put Dawn Song on the hair. But yeah, I don't think the Raven Guard bits will be resin because they've been doing everything in plastic. That's like the whole point of refreshing the range. Just move away from all the ancient resin sculpts and the resin process, which is all kinds of problems. Okay, it just keeps bugging me with these pop-ups about the low latency of the preview. It's like, really? Refresh all that. There we go. And better, I think. That's too much nim oil right there. Okay, that's just. I'll get back to that in a second. That's just being weird. Because I have too much on the brush. Waiting for that to dry. I'm gonna clean up some of the white. Then go back to the iron breaker for the highlighting of the metal, and then we do the white in full. Then the head is done. We are already nearly 2 hours in. Jeez. That's okay. We'll just blame Sai. That's one sec. Seeing stuff out of the corner of my eye. Should I give one of my squellers a thunder hammer or power axe? Are you primarily playing in 40k or in Horus Heresy? Although I guess if you're building just for lore and you're just gonna proxy whatever in gameplay, then rule of cool. Uh hmm. What does the rest of the model look like? Can we get a work in progress pick? You know what I was saying about, composition. It's one of Horus Heresy. It's one of Heresy armor ones I just got. I'm just cutting everything out right now. Uh, let's go with Power Axe. I generally think of axes as more brutal weapons than hammers, or at least the giant blocky Space Marine hammers. Now, real life warhammers, those things are brutal. Screw those things. That's why my favorite medieval weapon is the Bec de Corbin. It's the weapon that gives you everything. Gives you reach, gives you an armor penetrating hammer, gives you a hook for taking down cavalry, and gives you a spear spike for penetration or for piercing on the top. It's the perfect weapon. Unless you're inside a house. Alright, I think that's all the metal done. Time for the whites of the armor, and then this guy, or, the head is done. It came out pretty good, all things considered. Let's see. Apothecary white, which I use as a broad recess shader, which will be very difficult to really tell exactly what it's doing in something so small, but yeah, I'm sticking with the recipe. I suppose right here, these two, I keep hitting the camera. These two creases here in particular, on either side, will be where you really see this recipe work. I hit the camera again. Alright. The MVP of this recipe, the mix. I almost lost it. This here is a mix of 2 parts Apothecary White, 1 part Black Templar, and 1 part Lamy Medium. Those are, by the way, our contrast paints, Apothecary White and Black Templar. And we just used Apothecary White, but we'll also be using Black Templar in a minute. I made a giant mixer bottle of that stuff to go through this commission with. What it does, it gives you a very controllable, mostly liquid. I gotta stop hitting it. I'm trying to get in so close to this thing so I can see what I'm doing, and I keep hanging with my glasses. Anyway, it's a dark gray shader. You get a surprisingly large amount of control with the rip brush. And not like that. Not like that at all, actually. That was way too much pressure. It's partially because I'm using a bigger brush than I normally do, but this has got the best tip on it currently. There we go. That will actually work. And this is a narrow recess shade. So I go right in there, right on the recesses. And it's like a light black lining. No, use the Black Templar to fill in that line right there. Inset. Well, I use watered down Black Templar. Black Templar by itself tends to make a mess. Specifically, I just get it on my web palette. The moisture of the web palette is generally enough of a thinning for my purposes. There we go. Yep, I got more. I got more new. Worst step of it. Clorox white as a highlight, which in my case is just goo. It's just I don't know how this happened. It's just goo. I use a big brush, grab a bunch of it, slather it all over my wet palette, and hope I can get enough to do the job. That's not good. Saved it. We're good. We're good. I think I had this too thin. It's not really doing much. One last step, and that is edge highlighting with white scar. Yes, I just de-highlighted it, and now I'm highlighting it. I'm back. My Destiny 2 took a while. There, but definitely fat on my playlist a fair bit. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, in a lot of ways, it often does have a little bit of like a D&D feel to like the type of RPG D&D is, you know. I'm not D&D, Destiny is, so it makes sense that the music would work for a sci-fi type, you know, for a sci-fi thing. If I skip through, listen to any more music though, I'm gonna use this time to write those cops up. All right. Oh, wait, nope. One final touch. No, two final touches. Gotta hit this service stud. That went out clean. And then we gotta give him some scars. There are white scars. Wow. There are white scars without scars. And there's at least one already built onto the mall. Base base playlist, combat, and covert ops playlist. All up to 2 hours of music should be good. We got 4 minutes of a horror playlist. There you go. Any tricks to unwarp my resin? Unwarp resin my swords at 45 degrees. Wow. Yeah. What you do is get very very warm water, as warm as your. I mean, you can start with boiling. Take it off the heat. Drop the sword in. Um, let sit for a few minutes, and effectively, like when the water is to the point where you can put your hands, and then you can put it in and like very gently, like unbend it, because the resin should be softened. Make like a German scar your face essentially. Well, that's what the white scars. That's where they got their name. Literally, ritualistic scarification. Yeah, there's one on the model already here. Guy ate a plane. You can unwarp your rest. Yeah. Yep. I think I'm gonna do a power axe and one in Gladius in the other. Sweet. I keep hitting stuff. I don't know what else of their scars is like the norm here. Nope, my tip dried. No. Yeah, I keep hitting the camera, my glasses, and the camera with my brush, the back end of my brush. I feel like this is a bad idea. Especially with white. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna rub that off. We're just gonna call it. He's a perfectly acceptable white scar as he is. If I should be doing anything, I should be making the left side, yeah, left side of his face brighter than the other side. Which I do that by adding a little bit of powdered witch flesh into the Kislev flesh, just a little bit. I'm gonna do one more go of highlighting here. Ooh, I remember what I wanted to do today. I got the house to myself all day, and we just fixed up a ton of flour, sugar, cocoa, and whole things I want to bake some of. Do some baking, especially with them flowers. Bake some dandelion dishes. Oh yeah, I gotta give him eyebrows, don't I? I mean, I don't have to, but I suppose eyebrows would make sense, huh? Listen, I will absolutely oppress Sai any chance I get. It's kind of my job, really, when you think about it. Small chocolate cake with buttercream frosting all from scratch, or if make some chocolate snickerdoodles with peanut butter in the middle. Wait. Yeah, snickerdoodles. Am I mixing those up with like ginger snap? Hold on. Okay, cinnamon sugar. Okay. So you got a cinnamon sugar cookie, and then you're making it chocolate, and then adding peanut butter. Like, I don't think that's a snickerdoodle anymore. I think that's just a Reese's cookie that has no relation to a snickerdoodle. That's a good looking face, actually. I should give him eyebrows. Should I give him eyebrows? Hey guys, honestly, should I give this guy eyebrows or is he good like this? Okay, we're still talking about snickerdoodles. Man, I gotta know if this guy should have eyebrows. Nope, still wondering if he needs eyebrows, man. Sai is still going on about baking. This is why I say it's Sai's fault that I'm behind schedule. Listen, make dandelion snickerdoodles, okay? So it's so you can use your flowers. Listen, I apologize for nothing. Uh, that's not gold, that's metal. That's called a service stud. It's like an actual metal piece, like stapled into their forehead. All right. I am probably just gonna stick it like this, else I feel like I'm gonna mess it up. And this is pretty good. So let's cut it off, glue it on the model, and move on to the plates, the side plates, and his legs. Son of a! I dropped the chainsword, and it popped off the nail. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it right now. That can be later. That's like the second to last piece for this entire thing, this entire model, whatever. Actually, it could be like the third to last piece, really, because I could do the entire left side first. What am I doing? Where am I? Where's my stuff? Listen, we all know you have the hots for me, but I don't got time for playing around these days. Oh yeah, I don't know why I keep picking up by the base. He's not attached. I am dumb. There you go. I just gotta align this with his gun. No. There we go. Looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. I think I did a good job. It took me 2.25 hours, but he has a head. Sai coping and seething, uh, molding even, just always makes my day. All right, the next piece. Here we go. Just all of this. It's fine. Just all of this. That's all we gotta do. And then we gotta do it again plus freehand. Yay! It's great. It's good. Brilliant. You know what? Don't I have size 4 save? I'm gonna try using size 4 to put the metal on. See if that goes even faster than size 3. Red Ring returns. We have ahead. We have gone ahead. And I am pretty happy with the results. I think he's not quite looking in the right direction. I can't get it to focus. I don't think he's quite looking in the right direction, but maybe he is. Maybe it's a matter of perspective. But I'd say it came out pretty well. And the light's hitting him right, which is what I love. I actually got the lighting right. Yay. Are we the baddies? It's a matter of perspective, really. I will eventually, after this big web dev contract, get that soundbite in. Okay, Red Wing, you must know that in this stream, in this chat, we are lovers of Hellsing Ultimate. If you couldn't tell by the or Hellsing Ultimate Bridge specifically, if you couldn't tell by the follow message, I have been slowly, because it's taking forever, working on eventually getting us a command that will play a random soundbite from one of the hundreds of quotable moments in that series. About halfway done, but currently all I made this way too thin. Jeez. Um but all big development on the channel off cam is currently on a hold as I deal with very large other kinds of business contracts that are taking up all my other time. I was single and not single. I was sick. Well, I am single as well. That's it. Sorry, got sorry, screwing it up again. I was sick for 3 weeks and then immediately given a government job, a government contract offer. And Sai, you still have not paid into anything in the channel, so you don't get to talk. I already did. Yeah, the day after Christmas. Yeah, the Monday after Christmas, day one in my mind. That's what the 26th is now called, day one. Uh, I was like, I'm gonna clean my room because I'm not streaming today, and I want to start the new season and everything. Clean room, gonna organize everything, clean my floor, good stuff. Did everything but the floor. I was about to do a floor, man, and I was like, man, I am tired. I'm not gonna do a floor. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. At that moment, about 3 p.m., started a 6 hour like leap off a cliff equivalent of symptoms arising and coming to like full fruition. And yeah, by like 9 p.m. I was bedridden. And that lasted for the better part of that week, and then I was just painfully tired and or in pain and or having all kinds of congestion, coughing. Coughing. The last week I coughed so hard that I lost my voice for a week. Like it was a sledgehammer of a flu. So this week is my first week back to streaming, and right before this week started, like I was still technically sick, and my dad's like, "Hey, I got a job for you. It comes with a challenge, but if you want it, it's yours." He did a my dad's a full stack developer, meaning he can start server side and build all the way out to the front for a website. Like he doesn't like WordPress is equivalently a joke to him now. He can just make whatever he needs from scratch, like whatever. Uh, he, however, is in the process of retiring, and he had a local government contract a few years ago making a application for him. They want to do some upgrades, and he's like, "All right, I think you can do the job. You just have to learn like 4 coding languages in a week, and then do the job in more or less like roughly 30 days." I was originally told like strictly 30 days, and then it turns out it's a little bit more fluid than that way later, but whatever. Besides the point. And if I can pull it off, 4 figures paycheck in total, and if I can keep developing those skills I get from it, might end up even like getting given my dad's entire clients list eventually. Like probably piece by piece, but still. A lot of money involved, right? Or compared to right now anyway. And I'm like, yes, I don't like programming, but I can and will learn it for the money, and then I will continue in the meantime building the channel because that's scalable income right there. Even though right now I'm effectively rebuilding in comparison to what it was going into Christmas. Sup, zombie? Only here for a moment, just long enough to. Well, I haven't seen Venom since the two of you lovebirds were both in here Wednesday. So, I mean, unless he's lurking. He might be lurking. Also, you stood me up yesterday, Zombie. You said it was your day off and you were going to be around. I saw not hide nor hair of you. You bastard. So yeah, for I go straight from having the flu to working double time for a month straight because that's my life, I guess. On the plus side, I've done most of the programming learning. I am like more or less ready to go. Just mostly learning the Laravel flame framework right now. And I'm working. Yeah, well, maybe if you were here, I wouldn't have fallen behind schedules today, and I would be fine today. That's completely made up. That makes no sense. I need to blame you for something. Also, you missed Sai like molding and seething a few minutes ago. I'm sure you would have enjoyed that. Sai was like really molding and seething. It was pretty good. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, I should have started the stream with what I'm doing right now. Instead, we're 2.5 hours in and I'm finally here. Because it took me all that time to paint this head I had originally intended for yesterday. I really can't complain about the results. I am still quite satisfied with my product. Absolutely important enough to make your day correct. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think this is a great example of why Zombie and I get along. Zombie has Venom, I have Psy. Except I don't think Zombies actually successfully made Venom mold and seethe. Although I kind of want to see that now. I kind of want to see Venom mold and seethe. I don't think Venom can. I mean, not Venom. Zombie can pull it off, but would be funny. Well, be a good boy and stop procrastinating. You got balance, can grab some food, and then go back to work later. Yeah, yeah, go back to being a productive adult. We get it. That's always the trick, right? You mess with them just enough to entertain yourself, but not enough that they leave you. I really should have wiped off that big bit of lead belcher on the white before it dried. That was dumb, but oh well. I'd say the size 4 is indeed working for doing this quickly. Yes, yes, I go make your dandelion cookies. Oh, make some sour grass cookies. That'd be good. It's not even a joke on the molding and seething. Like actually get like sour grass and try to work into a baked good. Then you could tell everyone that they're apple tarts, and you would be lying, but they would have no idea. I have ruined the baking for Sai. Mission accomplished. Now the question is, how can I set up Venom to mess with Zombie after having told Zombie I want him to make Venom mold and sieve? Because of course, with that kind of dynamic, I gotta play them against each other and for maximum entertainment value. It's just what you have to do. Hey Red, how's your build coming? Is that black is entirely dry? That is of no use to me. So is that black. Brilliant. I don't know why bother shaking it. There's such low paint left in this pot. Completely pointless. Alright, let's get... Yeah, I hate these tiny little joint bits. Like, really? I feel like the lead belcher needs a little bit more on the... Can you see that? Yeah, you can kind of see that bit of pipe right around there. I gotta put more paint there. Another coat. Another coat, another little bit of my sandy flying away. It's all good. I hit the camera again. All right. All right. Get a little bit of Dawnstone on the creases of the joint. Really, I'm just gonna slap the brush in there. Call it a day. Like, you gonna try for finesse. There ain't no finesse in there. It's too tiny. It's too cramped. And then get all the non oil out and on everything. We do have some still usable Dawnstone. Yay. All right. Let's jeez. Yeah, like I said, just kind of slapping in there, slapping the camera. It's what we gotta do. And no oil will do the rest for us. Liquid talent, making me look good as usual. Yeah, that's a mess. Hey, Sai, what kind of armor equivalent are you using for those guards? That's still drying? That, that was just like a bubble. Weird. You know, you've been demoted to 160p. Yes, but my voice is still in your head, so there are 8 pixies. I mean, it's not like you'll watch me for my painting anyway. I don't think you even know what I'm painting most of the time. I still don't know how you even ended up a regular here. I don't know if it was through the art streams painting palette or what. I don't remember. Don't worry, sorry. One day you'll meet a painter that knows how to modify recipes. Or what modifying recipes are. Well, that's not gonna take a and turn into dry or anything. Oh, actually, I missed some with the metal. If I shove some nun oil in there, you won't even be able to tell. Might require more nun oil later, but it's fine. It'll all look gray in the end anyway. Alright, while I wait for that to dry, I'm gonna fix some of that white I messed up. Mostly on the top, which is totally not gonna take forever as well. Partially because I'm gonna have to cover this entire panel in this to keep it consistent looking. I'm getting a sneaking suspicion we're not getting any more updates on the Night Lords. I hate how smeary this looks no matter what I do with it. It this is why I start airbrushing, but I screwed up the airbrushing for the base coat, and it's not nearly opaque enough to match my color match. Or match my cleanup color, which is the same color. It's just I did the airbrushing so thin. It's just a problem. Yep, I am making this worse. One sec. I'm still haunted by occasional leftover congestion, and it's ticking me off. Okay. I'm making light armor things to modern police plate carriers all the way up to basically army infantry get-ups, so plate carrier base for protecting the vitals from maximum ability. Nice. And meaty armor will be a series of full body armor that essentially is protective material all over connected with stretching material in the joints. So carapace armor. And then the heavy armor is power armor, basically. And Sai's like, what is power armor? Or even what is carapace armor? I feel like more people know what power armor is as opposed to carapace. Heavy armor will be full-size armor, suits that use exoskeleton type stuff. It's like a step below the level of how bulky Spartan armor is from Halo. You know what's funny? I don't even consider Spartan armor that bulky in comparison. Spartan armor would be equivalent of the best heavy armor and wouldn't having the other Spartan things like augmentation, just like the look and the amount of armor they have. Right. This is the definition of misery right here. Yeah, I just don't want you thinking nearly as bulky as Space Marine. No, I know. Just obviously because I'm so inundated with Space Marine armor that's like Spartan armor, bulky. Well, that's why there's been a weird line this whole time. There's a hair in there. I thought it was the result of the paint drying weird. So I was like, great. I gotta go until that's fixed. Nope, just a hair. There's still some paint geography happening, but hey, Sai, how viable do you think a bard that casts spells through baking would be? Like that's their art form. Did I do it again? I really thought I got the mold lines on this leg. No? Guess not well enough. Well, fortunately, it's gonna be covered by a chainsaw for the most part. Doesn't make it supposed to now require verbal command. No, I know. It's just usually bards cast through music. Now my warforged casts it through painting, which already makes it a little weird to try to do it mid combat. But what about baking? What about culinary art? Okay, the verbal component, it's because then they're casting a spell by effectively acting out a baking show. Like they're the bard of food TV, basically. This top is still a mess. I mean, so it's some of the non oil turned a bit of a mess. I might have to fix some of that too. Yeah, that really like just stacked on there. Hold on. Just like that, I go from painting a gray head to making a bunch of really stupid mistakes. I think it's because I was trying to go quickly. Always comes down to that. Nope, that is not ready yet. Very well. The metal? It came out okay. It's not done yet, actually. I still have to highlight it. I gotta reshade over here because I did a very ugly shade job. Yeah. I was trying to go fast. But you go fast for shading, you will pay the price. Alright. Back to making progress. Ironbreaker. Hey Red, how's the mini coming along? How's the power axe? It's coming along. I've had to straighten everything now. Oh jeez. I've honestly had to do very little of that. And in all reality, it's not like I haven't bought a fair bit of stuff from Forge World either. It's not horrible, just time consuming. Yeah. Between that and all the trimming. There is always a lot of trimming with Forge World stuff. That part I was annoyed by. Oh, I slipped. I hit the camera again. I give it up on your industry, up on your democracy. Done with all your hypocrisy. All the chaos and all of the lies, I hate it. Wasting here, can anyone? Alright. What remains is all the white. Which actually shouldn't take super long. In theory. And there's a couple transfers, which I think I'm going to go back to doing them after the rest of the piece is done, so I'm not handling it so much, and I'll just go back and do layers of the stuff while I do the next piece. Let's see. Apothecary White. Now you'll actually see what the recipe is supposed to do. The instrumental here reminds me of Shadow of the Day. Actually, this is like very close to Shadow of the Day. Who is this? Oh, it is Ever Under Fire. Okay, I thought it might be. Now I want to listen to Shadow of the Day. Time for some time for some traveling back to high school days. I was listening to this regularly well into my adulthood. Who am I kidding? Yeah, right here is the part I was talking about. Okay, actually, I should just put apothecary away around this first, and then put the other stuff. I'm going to fix that now. There we go. That tried using the shader from earlier, but then I realized it didn't have the darkest parts of it still in it. Hey, snacker on the work. This is going very well. Uh, the great combination of this brush is the best tip I've got right now, and the body is so big it grabs so much of the stuff. So of course it flows everywhere. Nope, it's there now. I'll fix in the highlight step. This is more like it. Here we go. I just knocked him with Leviathan Dread and the arm popped out. Oh boy. Was there structural damage? Oh good. Not gonna lie, I'm vibing with the music change up. Vibing with it, and I feel like I'm already prepared for someone popping in and being like, man, you listen to this music? Like, yeah, I am. Totally have not been listening to it for 15 years. I don't know what you're talking about. I am ready for the hate. Let's go. I think it's mostly because I was the only person I knew as a teenager back when this was at its height that listened to this. Everyone else I knew listened to rap. All right. Black Templar. Let's go. Oh, I think this is from the new Breaking Benjamin album. Yeah. I'm here for it. Okay. Hey, Red Wing. Uh, Breaking Benjamin. Lamenters. That's all I'm gonna say. like, like if you're gonna start giving people in 4K theme music, I don't think anyone really does Lamenters as well as Breaking Benjamin. Like, it's actually perfect. Like, like there's a fair bit of fight in their music that it would still match like in the Stardy's outlook, but man, are you having a bad time? All right, that went on pretty cleanly. Yeah, making making swimming progress now that we changed up the music. I'm ready to go. I'm also ready to go if someone doesn't mind popping that potty break um points unlock, whatever those are called. Because that turned into a game here for some reason. I blame one of our mods, Bree. I'm pretty sure it was her idea. Sweet, thank you. I will return momentarily. Enjoy the music, enjoy the slideshows. All right, let's go. Highlighting. Ew. Correct. Wait, gross. Do I need to get more of it, or? Yeah, I probably should. I should just get some fresh stuff. All right. I like that song. I've just been listening to the score a lot lately. Just like a lot. Also, yeah, 30 seconds to Mars and oh, what was the other one? Anyway, basically required listening for a Raven Guard player. Oh, Black Veil Brides. It wasn't one I was originally trying to think of, but yeah. It's a lot easier to reflavor all the armor implement into D&D Beyond than I initially thought. Well, you're pretty much just renaming stuff, right? Kind of like how you rename a Snickerdoodle into a Reese's cookie. And then it's no longer a Snickerdoodle. Had to make it make sense for like 20 items and make themes and verbal explanations of what it looks like. Nah, you just call leather armor carapace armor and just leave it as is. Everything's the same. Uh, exact same thing. What are you talking about? Now it's really bugging me. What was the other band I was trying to think of? Um, the Welcome to the Black Parade guys. Man, that is killing me. I can't remember their name. Thank you, My Chemical Romance. Yeah. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream, Graham. Graham. Sure. How are you doing? Yeah, I was joking about 30 Seconds to Mars, Black Veil Brides, My Chemical Romance, all required listening for a Raven Guard player like myself. And yes, I'm a Raven Guard player. I'm currently paying White Scars as I'm a commission artist, and this is the current commission. Good, been enjoying the stream and the playlist? Nice. Glad you're enjoying it. It's actually just my YouTube music. I just shake up what's playing on occasion. Yeah, that's where we're at. If you had not seen, you know, up to the current moment. Oh, man, I fell off again. Because I don't have it attached until the bike's fully assembled. I think this is Red. Yeah. No, this is definitely Red. I've just not heard this song before. I haven't listened to Red in years. Holy crap. I was digging the Hailstorm. If I had to guess, because it's YouTube, Hailstorm would probably be back in rotation like any song now, because YouTube continues to like to mix in a bunch of stuff you listen to a lot into the playlist, even when you try to change up the playlist, unless you jump genres, honestly. And even then, sometimes I'm like, all right, I'm gonna switch to like house slash electronica or whatever. I don't know exactly what the EDM I listen to is. Um, and it'll still like throw like the score into it or something like that, and I'm like, really? Like, I am all the way over here in like Raveland, and you're still tossing the score at me. I don't recognize this either, but this is pretty good sounding. Yeah, I just threw in Within Temptation into the mix. Like, just like that's not. Was making music same era, but they're European. Squad leader, you built Talos? Nice. Talos plus an X. Oh, actually, wait, no. Talos was an apothecary. Yeah. Squad leader's belt. Fair enough. Nice. Love to see it. If you toss in the Discord, we can take a look at it on stream. I do love a show and tell. No, that's Talos doing Tessinoma Squad Leader. Right, yeah. Well, yeah, no, it took me a second to remember. Talos was an apothecary. If memory serves. Right. What's with apothecaries making consistently good characters, by the way? So I remember in like the recent Siege of Terror book, there was a World Eaters apothecary. I was like a surprisingly good character for someone I don't think we ever really heard of before. One second, I'll send that phone died. No worries. I was just thinking, and I like this trend. I just find it fascinating how like yet all these very different stylistic bands from like 10 years ago, how how they have now more or less all converged onto some flavor of arena rock. I am totally here for it, but I mean like a lot of different bands that sound very different 10 years ago. Like you've got orchestral gothic metal within Temptation 10 years ago and uh I don't even know exactly what subgenre you'd throw a skillet from like the well, you could start with Alien Youth, but I mean like even like the Collide and Comatose albums and then now they both sound like pretty similar and I'm here for it actually as just a couple examples. I got all my players' armors swapped off new sci-fi stuff. They all have the same set of armor. Nice. There you go. Oh, there are totally spots I've missed. I was like, all right, highlighting done. I am. That is incorrect. There is totally a weird follicle of some sort in there. Where are my tweezers? Okay, where actually are my tweezers? Where are my tweezers? Seriously, why can't I find them? Is that them over there? Ah, there. Okay. Which means I made all these different ones for nothing. They're all gonna use studded leather the entire time. Life of a DM. Oh yeah. I decided to do something for like sci-fi themed general shop. I can't find anything even slightly resembling that online. It's sad. Um, you mean like art or like rules, naming conventions? It's playing the score again, isn't it? Or is this Anthem? Is that what that group is called? This is like the most annoying spot to get like a hair stuck in there. Like, really? It's like too small for these tweezers. Oh boy, we got paint scratched off. We gotta do more white. Ah. Okay. Like adventuring goods, they wouldn't have clock rope torches. They would have or cloth. No, well, clock would be a probably a pretty valuable item in a fantasy one. All right, let's check out this Night Lord. I have to get back to fixing white. Son of a. Oh yeah, so we got 40K and Horus Heresy and Channels Fraud. General, it's generally meant for digital art, but sure, we'll go with that for now. And I put it in the wrong instance of Chrome. As I forgot to prep it. Yeah. There you go, there's some hailstorm. Some kind of remix, I think. All right, let's see him. He is lighting some people on fire. The actual bits came out fairly clean. Yeah, shoulder pad came out nice. That's nice. That's pretty good. I look forward to seeing this painting with all the lightning you mentioned. Yeah, Hailstorm reimagined, huh? Hmm. Gonna take forever. Listen, until you've painted 18 White Scars Assault Intercessors, you don't know what takes forever means. Or 10 hours on a Storm Shield. On a single Storm Shield. 10 hours. I ain't joking. The first of those Blade Guard Storm Shields is 10 hours. I have looked into the infinity of miniature painting and it has looked back into me. Not yet. I want to get the Age of Darkness box pretty bad, and with that big contract coming through, I may just finally give myself that box, but no. If just because I have no idea how to play. But I want that book as much as the models. Because, I mean, basically all my non-Primaris stuff I can just straight up play in Horus Heresy. And I have a decent bit of Firstborn. I say I do enjoy more than Ninth. I have heard that. I don't mind Ninth, honestly. I think it's just because I've hit that point of jaded where it's like, yeah, it's screwy. I'm still just gonna make the best list I can, and like, more and more lately, it seems like I do better regardless of how well my faction plays. But I do want to try it at minimum. Especially if it does still hold to using like templates and stuff. I've always wanted to try. I came into the miniatures part of the hobby and the gameplay as 8th launched, but I've always wanted to try templates and scar dice and that stuff. I don't know if that's still in there, but I would like it to be. This is scratched off. I might have to grab primer, pop some primer in there. We'll see how that goes right there. And I was so close to just being done. Blast. Yeah, I just don't like armor contempt. Wing. Red wing. Red ring with 13. My man. My dude, my boy, have you not been paying attention the last 2 weeks? I'm gonna wait for your answer before I continue on with what I have to say. Not really, no. Oh, new season. We're in Arcs of Omen now. Oh man, everything. Not everything, but a lot. Especially for Space Marine, like Codex Space Marines. Primarily, Armor Contempt is now gone from the entire game. You got Void Armor for the Space Dwarves for Votan, but Armor Contempt completely gone. Also, Space Marines got an almost across the entire Codex points drop, so we're not wholly screwed from that, so yay. Some other stuff, some other big points changes here and there. They did a big balanced data slate. I know mostly just what happened with Space Marines because obviously I play Space Marines. We got sticky objectives. That's fun. If we capture an objective with troops, then it remains captured until someone else steps on it, which is great because our stuff's gonna die so much now. We are closer to a horde army now than like what you'd expect Space Marines. No, like our points dropped a lot. It's now like 100 points for an infiltrator squad. Almost all of our gear is free. But we have no armor contempt, so like everyone, because there's also a new detachment, the Arcs of Omen detachment, which is basically, hey, you want to play with toys? Throw anything you want, just a detachment. So how it works is no CP costs, so you just keep your CP. You keep your CP, whatever it is. Who cares? Keep your CP. 1 HQ required, and then you pick one of one unit type, so troops, elites, fast attack, heavy support, or lords of war. And then you have to take 3 of those. Then so much more stuff after that, like for optional. Up to 9 troop slots, 3 elite slots, up to 3 fast attack and heavy support, and lords of war. And then 3 up to 3 optional named elite slots. Named elite, no, not named, sorry, character elite slots. 3 HQ slots, 2 flyers, which is why no one runs flyers now, because flyers have to come in turn 2. But free strategic reserves across the board. Everyone gets free strategic reserves. Raven Guard is still better because we can pop them anywhere we want, but besides the point. Uh, and then 3 fortifications, optional fortifications. Right. Oh, and all of the major big change-ups are free. You just have to go find the article on Warcom. You got me scrolling a bit because it came out like 2 weeks ago. Just look for like the Arcs of Omen articles and find the one with the balanced Astley and Minotaurium field manual. But Codex Space Marines free war gear on like almost everyone. I'm so happy. It doesn't like that part doesn't choose my list, but I do have Attack Marine squad that are mostly magnetized, and it's just funny to think of how I can just load them up with like Meltas and uh Thunderhammers and stuff. Scouts are actually almost usable now. 60 points, and you can have all camo cloaks, Kami Melta, and Thunderhammer on Sergeant, 3 sniper rifles, and a missile launcher. Not too shabby. However, you're comparing that to 100 points for infiltrators, which are troops, Omni Scramblers, Raven Guard gets some special bonuses with them. I only have 5 scouts, but I have 20 infiltrators. Well, I have 10 infiltrators completely done. I have another 10 like in the works. Partially, like actually partially in the works. So it changed up a lot of stuff. That also means you no longer get armor of contempt. So you are also squishier. And I don't remember how their points changes when it was not. I don't remember them being super crazy. If anything, I remember a few of your things getting points increases. Like I said, I don't remember what. I didn't focus super heavily on the other guys. We might be running into Silver Tide again, though, because Necron's got a few interesting points decreases, particularly Warriors. So, watch out for Warriors. Prepare thyself for Warriors. Did I mention Warriors? Tyranids got dunked on. Like Tyranids got a whole crap load of points increases. Like some of them were questionable. Like why did old One Eye get a points increase? But whatever. And not even a small points increase. He got like a large points increase. We can't figure out why. Honestly, fine. Just happy armor katana's gone. I did feel like there could have been better things they could have done to make Space Marines tougher. But yeah, everyone's thinking right now, yeah, we're like 6 months or so out from 10th edition. So who knows? It's now the time to just play with all your toys, I guess, because Arcs of Omen. Even if my Nids army got destroyed. Your Nids, oh yeah, if you play Nids, I honestly, I played a smallest violin for you, but you know, there is a violin playing. you, you guys got bonked. It was less a nerf bat and more a nerf gang assault. like, like a bunch of dudes rolled up, got out of their car, pulled out Nerf bats, and proceeded to beat you mercilessly. You're by no means like the worst faction in the game. In fact, most Space Marine factions are still considered competitively worse than you. But I mean, you got hit pretty hard. No, no, no. It's not. It's not 8th edition Tyranids bad. No, it's not that bad. It was just pretty funny how like hard you got hit, like numerically. You like if you went to attack hold on. What was the name of him? Was it Tactical Titans? I don't remember. Whoever did the great write up with all the color coordinated stuff to help you go through it. Anyway, Tabletop Tactics, that's them. If you went to them where they show like points decreases are green and points increases are red, you open Space Marines and it's like all green, and you open up Tyranids and it's all red. It's just like, oh man, that's pretty brutal. And then some of them were like 50 points, and it's like, wow, that thing went up 50 points. Jeez. Also, Abaddon went up 50 points, but you know, it was Abaddon. That makes sense. But no, all things considered, the general consensus is that Tyranids can still hold their own, like, just fine. Nerf Hammer came for four. Yeah. Yep. But for Coax Space Marines, it's really weird. It's been a long time since I've had a lot of choices. I don't know what to take. Not because, like, no, like I don't know what really to take because I have so many options to do like different jobs. Like there's a lot of valid options for stuff now. It's really weird. Like every single troops option for Space Marines has merits now. Intercessors are cheaper and have free war gear. So, auto bow rifles and a thunder hammer, yay. Uh, and free grenade launchers, yay. Assault intercessors, free like plasma pistol and thunder hammer, yay. Also cheaper. Tac marines, same cost but free war gear. Oh boy. You know, five of them with three melter shots and a thunder hammer, pretty cool. Throw that in a razorback because even those got cheaper. Why not? Be right back. I'm gonna promise I'm out eat dinner. I'm yeah. I'm honestly gonna be hitting my dinner break very soon too. So I'll see you when both of us get back. Good call. Cheers. Also, the pop up didn't come up. That's weird. This whole Avatar Last Airbender pop up. That's kind of funny. It just didn't work. Weird. I was just working yesterday too, actually. When I think about it. All right. I think. Yeah. All right. I think this piece is actually done. Besides the transfers, which I will begin after I get dinner. It is time for the food. So I will be disappearing into the BRB screen for the next 20, 30, sometimes 40 minutes. Hey, Zephyr Art. Hi and bye. I shall return in time. Wonder what for dinner is, or what is for dinner. Blah. Wonder what is for dinner tonight. This, however, does give me confidence that I might just finish this guy tonight. Actually, that did not take very long. The tricky bit is that the next bit is gonna have a bunch of freehand. So, yay, woo. Uh, but we'll get through it. All right. Toodles. Dang, I want to tell you the good news, but I can wait. Yeah, just if you can keep a tab open for the next 30, 40, you can tell me when I get back. Where are my buttons? Okay. Well, didn't realize the music wasn't playing for most of that. Sorry about that. All right. I am back to be the living embodiment of ballin', but at what cost? So you don't have to. Hey, Zephyr, you're still here. I have also come to a conclusion. If a guy ate a plane, an entire plane, I can finish this guy tonight. That's how it's going. So what's the good news, Zephyr? We've had about 40 minutes of hype build for how awesome this news is. So let's make sure that it's that level of hype. From the side to get me a few things. Oh, gifts. Gifts have been given. All right. My wet palette is once more moist. The Age of Darkness box, yes! Dude, well, two Sakaran tanks and a Kratos. So you are ready for full armored fists, as you now have a Spartan, two Sakarans, and a Kratos. What kind of Sakarans? What am I doing again? Oh yeah, right. Steel. Yes. They did so much steel. Oh right, they only made the standard one in plastic currently. Nice. Still good. Very cool. I really like the standard one. I only have the Venator personally, but which I pretty much never run unless without. Seriously, it's the Venator. Oh man, that thing is a boss. I don't know why that's still not the first thing my local players target. I don't I don't get it. I don't get it. They all have seen it annihilate anything it looks at. They still don't target it first. It's crazy to me. I'll keep exploiting that fact, but yeah. And I've only made it look meaner over time. Anyway, really glad you got the set. I am slightly jealous, as I was just mentioning earlier this stream how I want to get the Age of Darkness box. What you gonna paint him as? What legion are you doing? Custom probably, same as my standard Space Marines, Iron Jackals. If I remember correctly, those had a really cool color scheme. So go for it. I'm all for it. Are you gonna be second or 11th Legion? And yeah, just make a third Legion with iron somewhere in the name. Jeez, I can link. You can link. Free link rain, or you can pop them into Discord and I can pop them on screen. I mean, if you link like an Instagram, I'll pop them on screen anyway. But still, I lost my tip on my brush anyway, so gotta reset regardless. The fire that was going everywhere. All right, let's see. Former, you are late. You're very late. Oh, 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 oh. We got. It's not the scheme I remember, but they look good. Getting them on the screen. Yo, let's go. With the purple, gold, iron, and pink energy. I can really get behind the pink energy. He's be ballin'. Well done on the lights up here. That's good stuff. Yeah, these would make a killer legion. Very cool. You already got Leviathan to go with them. I mean, you're part of the way there. You are going home, farmer. Loving Godot cell? Oh yeah, totally. Just for a reminder, what I think about pink and purple energy and stuff and good OSL. My Venator, which, like I said, I've only made it meaner over the years and they still don't target it immediately. It's crazy. It's like it's the scariest thing on the table, and it's also the scariest thing on the table. Was in the pub. Nice. Man, you guys are doing all the cool stuff that I want to be doing. I want to go to a pub. I need the monies first. Monies and not having to work like nonstop right now. Anyway, also gonna buy the Deimos Parent Rhino on my own. That is a cool rhino. With the round doors. You can get some really good Legion specific things off there. Or for that. You think you're a bit tipsy? I mean, that just puts you on the same level as Saya's all the time. Also, I doubt I'd be able to notice a big change in your English. Yeah, I think like especially the Spartan in those colors will look very good. So what do you think I should get? I'm gonna start putting together a wish list. You going for like pure Horus Heresy, or are you making like mixed for like 40K? Oh, you know what you really should get in regards to 40K because you got all those TAC Marines is get a bunch of war gear packs for them because in 40K, I don't know if you're aware, but in 40K, all your TAC Marine war gear is free right now. Things in Playboy and HPH are also playable for. Yes, I'm just saying I don't know how to play Horus Heresy yet, so I have no idea what's good for Horus Heresy. I can tell you what's good for Space Marines in 40K right now, though. And surprisingly, a decent number of them are firstborn. Devastators continue to be good. Stern Guard got very good because just about almost all their war gear became free. This is my personal record. For drinking? Man, you don't drink very hard, do you? My personal record for drinking was I was not awake. I was I was knocked out on the side of the road. That was my personal record for drinking. And it took me 2 attempts to get an Uber to get home because I couldn't get up to get into the first Uber. They didn't see me and then just left, and I had to get a second Uber. 15 beers per night. Oh, I was drinking mixed drinks that I don't even know what alcohol they had in them. Actually, I might be able to look up what was in them. They were called Rainbow Roads because it was a free play bar and arcade. So basically, it's an arcade with a full bar. Let's see, what's in their Rainbow Roads? Do they have? Yeah, the menu. Yeah, I can never remember what's in there. Nope, unsurprisingly, they don't have their own Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Here we go. Uh Rainbow Road, vodka, peach snaps, sour apple puckers, sour mist topped with cranberry, and I had like 5 or 6 of those. And they're like big ones. And like big drinks. So there you go. Vodka and peach snaps, I guess. Did some shots too. Thank God for autocorrect. Yeah, it's fortunate for me that I am like the happiest of drunks. So I don't have to worry about like, oh no, if I drink, I'll get in trouble. Like, no. Like, worst that's gonna happen is I'm going to knock out on the side of the road until I'm able to force myself into an Uber, apparently. That's what I learned. Okay, so anyway, stuff for your wish list, Zephyr. Um, gear, firstborn war gear, especially Meltas and Grav. Because most things can get free multi-meltas or melta guns or combi meltas if they have access to any of those things. Um, Aggressors got much better. Oh, Assault Terminators. Hammer and Shield Terminators got extremely good because they're 33 points now apiece. Which, with Armor Contempt gone, means Storm Shields are very good. Maybe I can get from bus station back to home. Yeah, you got it, man. Make sure you do what you gotta do. Let's see. Plasma Inceptors got very good because they got much cheaper. All of the Space Marine troops really are in a pretty good place right now. Like you legitimately could take any of the troops, any of the troop options for Space Marines, and you would not be flat out gimping yourself. Like they all have play. It's really nice. Oh, my nose is going again. Even heavy intercessors, especially like against other Marines, you know. Oh, I have plenty of Primaris units. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just going down the list of like what's good right now. Uh Ironically, a lot of things that are doing better now. I mean, all the Space Marine characters went down in points, but the firstborn characters have free war gear, except for I think Thunderhammers and jump packs. I think you still have to pay for those, but not a lot. I have aggressors, infiltrators, heavy intercessors, regular intercessors, and a few other things. In infiltrators. Oh no, I said infiltrators. Sorry, I read this as I read infiltrator and I thought inceptor. Sorry. Infiltrators. Infiltrators are extremely good right now. 100 points for 5. Which is why I'm going to be running 20 soon. I mean, 400 points to completely dominate No Man's Land from turn 1. Like, I'll take it. With sticky objectives. Let's see. Other Firstborn are good. Vanguard vets are still strong, but I don't think as much of an auto pick as they were before. Because they really didn't change that much, actually. But they were like considered one of, if not the most powerful Space Marine unit before. It just now they have a lot of competition. Oh, Primaris tanks all got pretty good actually. Like the Reaper in particular, was like 170 points for all of that anti-infantry fire. Eliminators, Eradicators, Hellblasters, Redemptive Dreadnoughts. I have a squad of 5 Vanguard vets. You might want more Vanguard vets. Oh, Eradicators are dummy good because they have free war gear. And they went down slightly. Like, I'm about to start bringing 6. I was bringing 3 before. I'm going to start bringing 6, like, decked out. Blade Guard did not change at all. So they were, like, fairly good before. They remained, like, fairly good, but with a lot of competition. Actually, I think they got eclipsed entirely by Assault Terminators. Honestly, Assault Terminators got stupid good now, as far as internal Space Marine balance. Because it's 33 points apiece, and they have Storm Shields, which are now like really a premium with Armor and Contempt gone. Especially if you're running Dark Angels. I don't think you're running Dark Angels, but just saying, like Dark Angels or White Scars, like those are really good now. Space Wolves can get some play out of them too. What the Iron Jackals? What do you run them as? Chapter wise. Like what book? What successor book do you use? Iron Hands mostly. Oh, oh. Iron Hands are one of the strongest factions in the game right now. Like as soon as that dropped, and because of one rule primarily, you don't have to leave Devastator Doctrine anymore. You can stay in Devastator Doctrine all the way across. Or if you list, I run them as White Scars since I have some Invader ATVs and Outriders. Outriders got a lot better because their points went down. Invaders, I believe, also went down. But Iron Hands are now insanely good because you can bring so many heavy weapons now so little, and you don't have to leave Devastator Doctrine. So Iron Hands' whole reroll ones to hit with heavy weapons in Devastator Doctrine is like bonkers good. And the Arcs of Omen detachment mean that you don't have to take troops if you don't want to, and can still bring a very populated list with CP. I mean, actually, ironically, my Raven Guard list right now is currently Arcs of Omen using the heavy support. That's I got a bunch of heavy support in there. Yeah, I have 6 heavy support slots in my current rendition of the list, actually. And I might not even leave the Devastator Doctrine unless I have some character like a character in my sights and want to switch to tactical for my bonuses. But even then, depending, I might not even do that because more AP, you know. I really don't get that much for being in tactical. I get surgical strikes, which is +1 hit, +1 wound against characters, and then I get like 1 stratagem that's like okay. But Iron Hands are like minimum top of A tier, might be S tier, because you can bring so many heavy weapons. Your heavy intercessors are now ridiculously good. Your tac marines with multi meltas, your devastators with multi meltas, your stern guard with multi meltas, um, all your vehicles, all your dreadnoughts, which a lot of them got cheaper. Yeah, it's nuts. Eliminators got better. Eliminators actually, Iron Hands Eliminators are like bonkers right now. Are they're really cheap, hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, like by default. Like what even? Yours are better than mine. Yeah, I get +1 a hit. They already hit on 2s. Like what? I get +1 a wound, but whatever. First prime is Vanguard variants, and that's about it. Get Devastators then. Devastators and Stern Guard. Yeah, they got a bunch of Devastators. And Stern Guard aren't bad either. Uh, let's see what else. Centurions aren't bad right now. Like they're actually not they're actually legitimately not bad. I think the Devastators do better than Centurion Devastators, though. Although, Iron Hands Centurion Devastators next to an Apothecary would be really annoying to move. What weapons are Devastators? Depends on what you want them to kill. And if you want to grab, like, drop pods or put them in strategic reserves. Multi-meltas are by far the most dangerous weapon to give them, but if you want them to take out lots of infantry, especially elite infantry, grav cannons are extremely good options. You know, 4 shots with a 36 inches, strength 5, neg 3, which will be neg 4 in Devastator Doctrine. 1 damage, 2 damage if they have a armor save of 3 up or higher. So very good marine killers. But generally speaking, like, you just get multi-meltas. Hold on, I'm gonna double check something real quick. There's a chance. Why is that? Oh, hold on. My bow scribe's being weird. I know some things did have to buy multi-meltas for like 10 points, but like, and everything else went down. I think my bow scribe crashed. That's very annoying. Oh yeah, it crashed. It crashed so hard I can't even like close it within itself. Dude, just kill the program already. I want to check to see if... Anyway. See, there are those heavy weapon sets that can be bought with horsehair stuff. Yes. A lot of them are, like, just different versions, like, aesthetically, of, like, modern stuff. I was thinking the ones that come with multi-melt and plasma weapons. Not a bad call, in all honesty. Plasma's still fairly good. It's just in 40k, Grav is just better against a lot of targets because you get 4 shots guaranteed. Good job getting home, Former. Glad for the saves. I have to task manager bow scribe closed. I have to wait for task manager to load. Jeez. Anyway. Oh, it's so like messed. Bow scribe's so messed up it's not even coming up on task manager. Well then, is there a behind the scenes application it's based on? No. Cool. I am just waiting until it decides to catch up. Yay. Your roof is rotating. I miss it. I have whiskey too. My sister got me some whiskey for Christmas. I haven't even opened it yet. Stop it, please. I can't help you with the rotating. I could help you with not, with stopping laughing at your experience, but I choose not to. The, um, I feel like there's some firstborn units I'm forgetting that are good right now. Scouts shockingly might have some play right now. 60 points for a combi melta, a thunder hammer, 3 sniper rifles, and a missile launcher or heavy bolter, and all in camo cloaks, and they get 4 deployed. They're still elite, so they won't be getting you sticky, what do you call it? Sticky objectives, but they're there. They exist. Oh yeah, I was supposed to start the transfer process on the other piece. I need to do that. Some gypsy's boy asked me for my money. Did you say no? Assassin's are fun now, less points? Yeah, they are. It just, they have a lot of competition. Sup, Diablo? Wait, I'll go to my laptop. Waiting. Waiting. Free hurricanes. Yes. Do they still gotta pay for the melter guns? I know Centurions got better because I pretty sure you get free last cans now. That's pretty cool. But there's no autocorrect there. That's fine. I'm used to dealing with bad English. I mean, you are a regular here, so, you know. They have a lot of competition, which they killed all free upgrades. Well, no, I mean, like, if you want super chunky melee dudes, assault terminators beat just about everyone right now at 33 points apiece and having storm shields and 3 wounds apiece at 33 points. Rude, but okay. Listen, you have your girlfriend to be nice to you. I'm here to be honest. True, but I don't own any not an option. Well, I don't own any assault Centurions, which is crazy because I was playing Raven Guard in late eighth. So you'd think you'd think I would have had some assault Centurions. Yes, former. Did you own Centurions? Very good. I don't own any assaults. I don't own any assault Terminators myself either. That's why I'm going gunline. Tell me. No, it takes a man to be honest. You got the other way around. In fact, how did I come back from my break? I said, I'm here to be the living embodiment of bowling, but at what cost? So you don't have to. Eliminators, though, that's my jam right now. I was just talking about because Zephyr, he plays his custom chapter as Iron Hands. Iron Hands Eliminators are bonkers right now. By default, hitting on twos, rerolling ones. Like, what? I need to figure out how to paint the cape. That's where I'm stuck at the moment. Well, okay. You have a couple options. You could paint them camo style. You could paint them like cloak turning into the terrain they're on, which is always a very cool effect and not that hard to pull off. And then you could go like off the beaten path and do something wacky. So tell me what you want to do, and then I'll help you figure that out. I need to set the transfer on this thing. Alright, yeah, I bought a pack of the plasma multi-weapons. I'll make a squad. Yeah, magnetize some of those TAC Marines. Because here's the thing, in Horse Heresy, they don't mix up their weapons. It's always the Emperor's birth name is not known. Story over. Uh the in Horse Heresy, tactical marines don't switch up their weapons. It's all bolters. So if you want to use them later in Horse Heresy, you're going to need to magnetize them. Which fortunately, it's not too bad. He did. His birth name's been lost to the sands of time, man. That's the truth. Only the Emperor himself knows. I don't think even Malkador knows. Maybe a couple of the other. No, actually, no. Not even the other perpetuals know his name, because you actually talked to some of the Well, not you, but like in some of the Siege of Terra books, you talk to some of the perpetuals that were around like way back when, and they don't even know his birth name. I'm not unfamiliar with magnetizing, but I've never magnetized infantry models before. What's the kind of size of magnets do I need? Go. Actually, let me check first. I am 98% certain. Uh, if you look in either my panels or use affiliate, command affiliate, either or will get you to a list of my affiliate products, and there is a magnet set in them. Or there really should be. I am double checking right now. I'm almost certain I did. Where is it? It's not in there. Is it really not in there? How do I keep forgetting, like, the most important? Like, I went through my entire desk, and I was like, here's all the stuff I use. Okay. Give me literally 2 minutes, and it will be in that list, in the panels. And it is the perfect set off Amazon for, like, $10. Of all the magnets you need for like 99% of your 40k magnetization. As someone that magnetizes everything. I love this song. I used to know how to play a song on guitar back in high school. Yes. Open link. Get me text link. Short link. I shall put this. Yeah, I'm gonna put this near the top. Because honestly, for what I do, it's so important. Okay. Third thing on the list, like right after the web palette stuff, you'll probably have to refresh your page. The link to the only magnet set you'll ever need, unless you're magnetizing like really big vehicles, I guess. And for infantry, you'll be looking at the middle size for shoulders and backs, and the smallest size for wrists. Yeah. You can get away with putting the smallest ones in the shoulder and then the big one in the body. That will work and is a bit easier. Anyway, all right. So Zephyr, that's what I recommend. Go refresh the page. Go down to my affiliate links. Grab those magnets. Actually, I'll show them. I got them right here. I will get to the rest of the chat in a second. There's something I'm passionate about magnets. Okay, I'm that kind of nerd. So these magnets. These are the smallest ones. These are perfect for your wrists and putting like in the shoulders. Here, I'll grab my intercessor sergeant here. There's your wrist and the middle one. And the big one really only comes up occasionally on vehicles. Not even that often on vehicles. I don't use them super often. And that's what you'll use. I'll show you some examples of tactical marine or equivalent. Is Slime Marbo perpetual? I don't think so. Though it could be. That would actually make all of his stuff make sense. Although I feel it kind of takes away from all his accomplishments. That guy's partially painted. Um, it's my sergeant. With his combi graph. I don't have the multi-melta magnetized in that one because I haven't gone back down, but I do have a company vet magnetized. I went a little nuts because I wanted to ensure I could continue using these exact shoulder pads no matter what he used because company veteran. So they actually come off using the smallest size magnets. Like they're on the inside and they slot in. And then this piece is independent. And then the whole thing comes off with a big magnet in the back and on the shoulders. Boom. Henry Danger, or his name Emmanuel, I refer to as man. Ah, I get it. You're talking about the Emperor. Okay. I'm done gushing over magnets. I love magnets so much. It's so great. Okay. These are now dry, so we can actually cut the transfers out. Craft cam. Yeah, this is gonna be my not very last, but last set of well tonight if I get everything I want done, it'll be my last set of both squad transfers and close support. Do I really have no more upwards lightnings? I should have. Oh no, here I go. Yeah, not upwards lightnings, red lightnings. I make them upwards. Her derp. Yeah, I kind of think for Iron Hands, like you could get away with squads of TAC Marines fully kitted out with a bunch of Meltas and a Thunderhammer. So like Sergeant Combi Melta, Thunderhammer, and then Multi Melta heavy. Throw him in a Razorback with either actually you really get away with putting anything on it. Assault cannons, hurricane not hurricane, what we're talking about. Heavy bolters, or where'd that lightning go? That lightning totally disappeared. What the son of a anyway. Or las cannons. Las cannons would probably be like particularly good as you get reroll ones to hit. I mean, get reroll hits on all of them, but I mean, like, a lot of potential damage against a lot of potential targets. So, but it depends on how much guns to do other stuff you have. Okay, that one just disappeared. Well, I only needed the one more, so it's all good. A lot of the times I also have different magnets, but I think I have the right sizes, 2mm and 3mm. I also don't remember what the sizes of that kit are. I don't need to remember because I don't need to remember the sizes. The kit just comes with all the sizes I need, and I think of them as small and medium. Small, medium, large. But yeah, fair enough. Because, yeah, Rhinos got cheaper. You can take a free Stormbolt, like second Stormbolter on them, and then you just make them Razorbacks. Impulsor Shield Dome became free. Not that I was using an Impulsor before anyway, but you know. There is no point in an Impulsor in Raven Guard. Like, really, like, no real point. Because the whole uh, assault, disembarkation or whatever, I don't remember what it's called. It's actually best for gun guys, which is the same as, just Deep Strike, which we can Deep Strike everything we could put into an Impulsor and more. So it's like, why would I ever get an Impulsor? Like, probably the best thing I can think to put in an Impulsor is Hellblasters. But I could just Deep Strike if I want those if I want to. I can with 1 CP I can Deep Strike 10 sorry, 10 Hellblasters with Assault Plasma Incinerators for 30 shots. As strength 6, neg 4, 1 damage, or overcharge them. Like, what even do you do at that point? Wow, those align very quickly and easily. I was totally off cam for like all of it. Anyway. Alright, those are on. They can dry, get them fully in place, and later I'll put Micro Soul on them. Alright, back to this guy. A little bit more lead belcher. Oh, this is a good song I haven't heard in a while. Lost Animation Treasure, Treasure Planet. Alright, I think that's all the steel done. Well, I got the big brush. I'm gonna do the brown for the pouch there. Pouch holster. Oh yeah, how you doing, Diablo? I never asked how you were doing because I am rude, as former I'm sure can tell you, or Sai for that matter. I don't know if Sai's even still here. Sai might have just gotten tired of my guts and left. Not gonna lie, this brown paint really sucks. I'm really tired of using it. Mortifying brown, not a great base paint. Alright, I'm waiting for that to dry. The black in the little knee crevasse. Kind of stuck with. Actually, no, I'm not stuck with it. Dawnstone. Pop some Dawnstone in there. I'm just trying to get all the stuff that need no oil done at once. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna try again there, just at the tiniest little stripe of black in the middle there, and then no oil do the rest. Alright, that was not super successful, but hey. No, I'll do the rest. It's fine. Oh yeah, I didn't even see that up there. Yeah, I went way too thin with the brown before, so what we'll do is eye lenses. Won't be super long to be honest. As they're deactivated, so it's just corn red and then probably some Agrax. I'm trying to remember. Last time I did these, did I do did I do the freehand before or after I did the white armor? I'm pretty sure I did them after. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, you know what? I'll do Reichland, not Agrax. We'll pop some Micro Soul on transfers on the other piece. So knee in particular needs it. You are finally back. It was a time. Now I'm kind of stuck just waiting for the brown to dry. Oh. Oh, you know what? There's something I could do. I could glue the chainsword back onto its nail for later. That's progress. You had some family stop by. Oh, that's nice. Oh, what did it just drop? Oh, there's chapstick. No, I'm tossing that up there. It keeps falling over. Nice, I just stuck right on real easy. I can go over there now. Where are we at? 5.5 hours. So we got, what, 2.5 hours left? Yeah, I might be able to pull us. I mean, I'm probably am gonna have to go long, but I don't think I have to go too long. So that's nice. Alright, I'm switching up the music. Need a new flow. Yep, went down the list for a little while in the playlist. Yeah, this'll do. This'll do for a while. About to start painting? Yes! Join me in slaying the Grey to steal Ninjon's thing. Actually, I don't know if he started that. That might not be his thing. Okay, that looks like it's dry enough. I can put our coat on. Last week I was vibing this song like so hard. I wasn't really sure why. Just, uh, I don't even know who wrote the original. I just, it's just I started getting inundated with a bunch of covers of. I'm like, these are great. Oh yeah, Red. What you paying? You paying the squad leader? Or you paying the Kratos tank? Squad leader want to do a person right now? Go for it. You gonna do anything special with the power axe? Chris Tang will just take so long. Yeah, vehicles are a big project, but they look really cool. Just you could say painting vehicles is ballin', but at what cost? Think about trying to glow effect with it for the first time? Yes. Do a glowy axe. Have you chosen a color? And why is it red? I think we're finally ready for non oil. Is this dry yet? Can we apply another coat on here? I think we can. Also, I just realized we can't attach this one first as much as I'd like to because this one has the bigger pegs. So The bike will be coming together all in one step, I just realized. Deciding between red and like a real bright plasma blue. Also a good choice. If you're gonna go red, go for like a real, like, deep, angry red. Not necessarily dark, just deep. 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 Just really bass tone it. Bass tone. Anyway. Yeah, corn red mixed with something probably. Personally, I prefer. I mean, just put the red ink on like anything, basically, and this thing will make it. Yeah. The Volkite on my Contemptor is actually I whited out the coils and then I airbrushed game ink red right over it, but yeah. Rojo red, I'll buy some right now. I this box set is in those affiliate links, by the way. Like, you can get the whole box set in one go. All the inks I use. Which I've already used just in this guy. I've used 3 of them. Purple ink's pretty cool, too. Damn near killed you. Okay, no oil. That's what I was doing. For having you a hard work breaking. Jonas. There we go. Just all my timers going off right now. Yep, I'm vibing again. Let's go. Alright, Nuln Oil done. And, holster's not quite dry yet, so can't do that just yet. Check over here. Probably one more pass of Microsol on the knee, and then that will be fully flat. Which for those that don't know, Microset, Microsol, best things there are in transfers. They are two different strengths of an acid that melts the transfer down so it properly wraps itself around round objects. You do have to be careful how much you apply, though. You can totally overdo it and then turn a pauldron into a goopy, melted mess of mixed colors. It's not great. If that sounds like it, I know that from personal experience, that would be the case. Oh, I never put no oil in soft seal. Okay, I can probably get away with doing the holster now if I'm careful. Sure, powdered witch flesh it is. I still haven't gotten around to finishing Stranger Things Season 3, so I still don't even really know what this song is referencing, but I love it. This thing is spinning all around in the cork. Jeez. Man, I just can't seem to get this drier on the brush. Alright, let's try this. There we go. There we go. Now I can get a bit of a rough hide look to it. Rough hide pattern. Alright. And then that'll be all softened down with a coat of skeleton horde contrast. Yes. I probably could have roughed up the front of this a lot more. But I already reset my brush. You know what? No. No, I want to do this right. I'm gonna do this right. I'll pull that contrast off if I can. Get a light on so I can tell. There we go. There we go. Just gonna take a second to dry. Which is fine because I think the rest of it needs a second coat, to be honest. It's pretty good, I say. And about now I can begin doing the highlights on the steel. Very good. Continuing apace. We are what? 5 hours 50? Okay. Yeah, it's done drying. Oh, nope, right there it's not. Okay. It's fine, we'll move over to here. You realize how annoying all the little bumps in this armor are gonna be? Yeah, they're annoying, but if you can do them well, they look super good. And honestly, I find the trick is to shade around them. Hold on, I'll show you an example in a second. How good do those pegs look? It's all about shading. Literally, the trick on them is shading around them. Like that's what you gotta do with the Mark V. Didn't I do another one of these guys with a Mark V pauldron? Did I not? I guess I didn't. Just that guy. Huh. Hey, Baron Trenchcoat, 11 out of 10. Man, thank you. Um, man, that's just an hour at a sergeant of this commission. See, like one of the good ones. Oh, trying to show what I'm currently working on. What I'm currently working on is the other Outrider sergeant. Which I still think that face came out very good. But as I'm waiting for a little bit of no oil to finish, so I can finish the Ironbreaker, let's do a little bit of White Scar show and tell. Welcome, Bernard Trenchcoat. I'm a commission painter, and I take other people's models and I make them look extremely good. At least that's the hope. Assault Intercessor Sergeant. And then Primaris Apothecary. Blade Guard Sergeant. And yes, I totally did mount a skull in his Iron Halo. I feel like the empty Iron Halos are a great spot for decoration that a lot of people don't take advantage of. And one of my tier 4 pieces, Primaris Chaplain on bike, complete with non-metallic metal and volume painted black plating. This might legitimately, it's easily top 3 for best models I painted thus far. We'll see if Kasara Khan can match him, as he'll be painted in much the same way. Although obviously white. But yeah. Let's see if the no was done yet. Oh yeah, I should probably mention this more. You guys can find pictures and angles and all kinds of stuff for like every single piece I paint on my Instagram. There are commands to find these things. Or that link tree timer that comes up now and again. That'll get you there too. Yeah, so how's it going, Bear? If you're still there. Do you partake in the hobby? And if you do, what do you play? What do you paint? What are you working on right now? Oh, your Reese's cookies are done, Si? I'm very happy. Now I have to learn that my attempt on ruining baking for you today has failed. I'm making chocolate snickerdoodle style with some chocolate chips instead. So some chocolate chip cookies. I refuse to believe they're snickerdoodles. Okay, I think that's everything but the white and then the freehand. Woo. Freehand and transfers. So, white armor. Start apothecary white. Which I really didn't want to open just now. That was fun. See if I can remember every single recess this time for the last one. And there's just a lot of like weird splatter on this one. Very dotted. I'm not really sure why. Hmm. Weird. Sapphire Green's basically stole down. What? Oh, I'm way ahead of you on that one. I went straight from having a flu to working 80 hours a week. That was no, there wasn't even like really a transitionary period. Hey, flu gang, yeah, yep. That's where I've been all this time. Day after Christmas was day one of like 22 or 23, something like that. 3 weeks. I guess the flu managed to work on some code. Oh, what you coding? Story time, streamer's choice. Okay. Well, if we're going with Warhammer, coding a little game, nice. Let's talk about. This is why I made it the more expensive one. Now I have to think of a topic. Correct. So, all right, I've been listening to Prospero Burns, and like, man, Lehman Rush just like, yeah, Horus said to go kill Magnus. I guess I'm killing Magnus now. Man, that sucks. Like, he didn't even question that for like a second. Like, what? To be fair, Magnus did deserve it. All he had to do was sit down and just shut up. So, sequence of events. Uh, Council of Nicaea happens, in which the Emperor decrees warp is no. The Legiones Astartes are not dealing with warp stuff. Magnus Carlsen, no. Unless that's a joke, I don't understand. Possible. Emperor decrees, they're not messing with the warp. They're not doing warp shenanigans. And that was Magnus's and the Thousand Sons whole shtick. That was their whole thing. So after a little while, of course, they start doing it again, and Magnus is messing with all kind of stuff back on his on Tizca homeworld, basically space Egypt, like ancient space Egypt, not modern Egypt, ancient Egypt, and and they get a foretelling of Horus betraying the Emperor and starting the Horus heresy and all that. So Magnus like, well, we gotta warn the Emperor. Well, getting someone over there is gonna take too long. We need to do this now because we don't know when it's actually gonna happen. Oh wait, no. He astral projected to Horus, tried to intercept the whole fever dream that was turning Horus evil because that was kind of a thing. Uh, man, the fever dreams I was having almost turned me evil. No. uh, didn't work. So Magnus is like, we gotta get the message to the Emperor right now. So he tries to do that. Runs into wards. Well, the Emperor had wards up because he was working on the human webway, which would have made so humanity no longer had to rely on going through the warp for space travel for FTL. Which, by the way, the warp right now is literally hell. Hello, Discernment Bugatti. It's quite a name. I like it. Welcome to the stream. I am painting a Witch Goes Outrider and talking about the Burning of Prospero. Where was I? Alright, so, right. Human Webway. Thoughts on female space marines and communities kind of going ham on topic. I'm of the opinion that at this point, we're in the canon, we have a variety of reasons as to why to not do them in canon. You want to do in models? Absolutely. I will get fully 100% behind that. In the canon, no. Because at this point, there are reasons that say even if you're gonna try to do it, it'd be extremely hard and resource intensive, and there's just no motivation for it. Like, why would anyone do that? Like, it's not like we're short on dudes to throw in an meat grinder, and then on top of that, your I got my music just reset. That was weird. Uh, your their combat capability floor and ceiling is also just lower than the ones made from male stock. Just mathematically, if you do the exact same things to them, their combat floor and ceiling will be lower than a male. So it's just like, why would you? I personally think female Space Marine dumb. Yeah, it's not like we're short on female badasses either. Sisters of Battle, Sisters of Silence, uh, female Inquisitors, female Adeptus Mechanicus, female, uh, what do they call it? Princeps. Those exist. Uh, yeah. Thank you for the follow. So, would basically rewrite all lore. Not rewrite all lore for it, just they'd have to find some reason for example, like, what's his name? Fabulous Bill to just decide to make female Space Marines, which I think someone said at one point he had it or tried or something like that, and either he gave up. No, he gave up. He definitely gave up because he doesn't keep making them. But I don't remember if he succeeded or not. But even if he succeeded and then gave up, it's like, well, further premise to why it's dumb. Honestly, I think the only reason the female Space Marines thing came back around because it wasn't a thing. Okay, so back when Warhammer first came out in the late 80s, or maybe it's early 70s, not early 70s, late 70s, early 80s, something like that. Whenever it came out, right? There were female Space Marines in first edition, in Rogue Trader. There were female Space Marines. They sold really, really badly. No one wanted them. So when they redid Warhammer and made it basically, the template for what it is now in second edition, they discontinued and made Space Marines male only. And everyone was fine with that. Then the whole female Space Marine thing started kicking back up in the 2010s, in the early to mid 2010s, and I can tell you why. And it's very clear once you see it, it's very hard to not see it. They came about because of the whole culture war and the radical feminists, which I believe are just another word at this point. Like fourth wave feminists is just another word for neo Marxists, straight up. It's all groupthink and identity politics and all that. Because if you noticed, if they were actually for equality of representation, why are they not also asking for male Sisters of Silence or male Sisters of Battle? They're not. They're not. No one has ever seriously asked for male Sisters of Silence. There's literally no reason for it. You can talk about how the Sisters of Battle have the whole thing with like, oh well, they need to be female for the loophole in the ecclesiarchy, men at their arms. Okay, fine. Sisters of Silence. We have male blanks. We use them in the Assassinorum. It has never been brought up. Not even in like the modeling thing with the old gentlemen or no, Misters of Battle, which I think are hilarious and awesome, by the way. But like, no one's ever talked about a male Sisters of Silence being a thing. Never come up because it's nothing to do with equality of representation. It's everything to do with taking down masculinity in the West, which is a genius way of taking down the West, by the way. In all honesty, it takes it down from the inside because it hurts men. But yeah, poison culture against masculinity and prop up femininity until the average female has no perspective on anything and will further strike down men for you. Genius, honestly. Props to them for thinking of it. But that's where we're at. That's the reality of it. Woke culture, exactly. All of that. This whole phenomenon is actually like a really big, like, favorite topic of study of mine, actually. But yeah, anytime you're wondering if the person is actually trying to make things better for people or just pushing an agenda, find out if what they're pushing for is actually equal-handed. If it's actually helping men and women. Because it's not like men don't need help. Men need plenty of help in culture today. Men need a lot of help. But nope, it's always focused on women or minorities, and often in ways that if you push their ideas all the way through will hurt the women and minorities in reality. All the stupid bumps have been painted. Excellent. Because Crosshair and Cavill doesn't give an inch to woke politics. I have heard rumblings of. I have not gone and found confirmation of this, but I've heard rumblings of that Amazon has already begun strong arming him, or attempting to strong arm him into accepting Amazon's uh, woke perspectives as far as writing, like they did with Rings of Power. So we're kind of just stuck waiting and hoping in that regard. Okay, the bumps are painted, but have they been shaded? Like I said, that's the key to making them look real good. Gotta give them just a little extra depth. I am the one. Lost control. Not even close. Very good. Grabbing Black Templar, which I'm gonna thin down just a wee bit. And that's gonna go into all of our indents and vents and crevices and trenches. Fortunately, Amazon has so much money that the Rings of Power didn't really hurt them a lot. Yeah, I know, right? Unfortunately, Netflix at least was already kind of having problems that we could push back a little bit. Not that I'm out for The Witcher, like the whole Witcher battle is fought and lost, but uh, at this point. But I think Netflix might have actually paid attention to that one. Amazon could give a crap because that's not even Amazon's big thing. Amazon, Amazon Prime, Amazon making media is just like a side project. They still like their big thing is by and far the store. So Amazon Prime going down a tube is kind of whatever. Actually, I don't know why I'm using the backup water. the actual water. Speaking of store, we have our own with my own designs on them. Warning: this is coffee mug, not a brush. Rinse cup is one of several mugs you can get, and I have ideas for a lot more. Just making stuff takes time. Command merch will get you there. Is that not? Oh no, that is. Oh, there we go. All right. Ex-wife really screwed you hard, and she had a garage sale with all my stuff while I was at work. Sold my 2K point Death Guard army for like 30. What? You've done that? Well, yeah, that's why you need that mug. An entire Ultramarines for $20. I would have divorced her because any partner of mine would absolutely know the value of these. Dude, my ex that I was with for 9 years watched me get into this hobby, watched me get good at painting, watched me go professional. Like, even in the worst of our fights, she never got close to my models because she knew if she did, like, that's it. It's over. You touched one of my models, it's all over. And done. And paints and other models. Yeah, I'd be gone. You don't mess with my stuff. I'm one of those people. You mess with my stuff, you die. That is a fatal mistake. Terminal choice. She did while we're in the middle of of divorce. Oh, I would sue. It's not like it's hard to show proof of how much value that stuff actually was, even just, off the shelf. Family court took me in the rear end. Apparently, I'm the devil and she's second coming Christ. Yeah, honestly, and I can find you a video of a TED Talk where where a woman divorce lawyer actually like does a whole TED Talk about this. Yeah, that's one of the things they did. They turned the courts wholly against men on every level. It's like really rough to be a man against a woman in anything, in any kind of legal proceeding. Here's the real move though. You don't blame the women. They're just a product of this as you, and they hurt in their own ways because of this. The people to blame are the people pushing the culture. Specifically, those very small amount of very, very loud radical feminists. But the way to solve it. Hey, Palm, welcome to the chat. Looking to switch to Pro Krill, but the recipe says Vallejo Light Bronze will be an equivalent color. Um, let's see. Vallejo Light Bronze. I don't really know, because I don't have Vallejo Light Bronze. I don't have a lot of Vallejo paints. I don't have a Pro Krill either. Currently, I'm using mostly Citadel Vallejo Game Ink, specifically, and Army War Painter, metallics. So Vallejo Light Bronze, that'd probably be in War Painter, probably, well, I got Weapon Bronze. I don't know what their bronze looks like. It looks more like a copper or a bronze. Hmm. My lawyer, who is my best friend, was saying Judge's ex-wife is a drug addict. Here's video proof. Her boss fired her because shoved drunk. Allowed my client full custody of Dard. Judge just ignored him and granted my ex full custody. Yeah, that's that's basically exactly what that TED Talk was about. So honestly, I think the move to fix all that, to fix this whole situation, it's the long play, and it's to remind Western civilization that they need and want men. And you do that by encouraging men, especially young men, to just, hey, you have value to offer. We want you. We actually desperately need you to go out there, grow into your masculinity, and uh prove the neo-Marxists completely wrong. That individual, sovereign, active males are like required in a functioning society. Just said, well, you're a business owner, you're not gonna have enough time to be with your daughter, so no full custody, not even 50-50. That's bull. That's bull right there. Because, like, on one hand, not totally wrong, but, and the ex-wife's going through drug problems. How is that better? I know it's subject change, but what material should I make to handle the axe? Let me go look at what the handle looks like again. Um, I usually make handles black. Uh, but I mean, depends. Well, I'm going back to the pics. Oh yeah, you had those in general art. Oh, it's just like it's like a handle, and then just like a rod. Uh, you going with red? Probably red. I'd probably make the I would make the handle bit dark metal, and then the rod part. No. The top of it, I'd make whatever Rune Lord brass is actually, but Rune Lord brass, it's such a cool metallic. And the rest, maybe black. Maybe I do middle black actually. Yeah. Yes, we have a Discord. Yes, join Discord. In fact, actually, yeah, if I remember to later, I will post that TED Talk in one of the in mental health Let's Talk, that channel. I gotta put more Jordan Pearson in there, honestly. It wasn't just him, but a lot of it was him. Dude, he helped me kill my depression early last year. I had depression for like 13 years. Finishing up your death guard right now? Dude, what is left of him? Yeah, nice. Just need to finish up Morty. Oh, sweet. Can't wait to see pictures of that. Where are we at? We've done all the shading. Time for highlighting, which means some more Corex Wade. I'm almost done. Almost done. I'm almost done. It's probably the biggest single piece I have to highlight left, because at least like in this style, as as it isn't even that much weight on the what you call them, Blade Guard Ancient. Except for New World Ears too. Yeah, I'm excited just to see what their rules are, just for like coolsies, you know? Oh, speaking of Henry Cavill. But yeah, Bugatti, I'd say the move I'd recommend for you, don't go MGTOW. What you do is you take this opportunity to focus more on improving yourself, like just throw yourself in it, and then that inherently will eventually attract an even higher quality woman for yourself. That's the move, I think. And I say that a little bit from experience because, oh, a year and a half ago. Wow, jeez, it's been 19 months. About 19 months ago, I broke up with my ex, which we were together on and off for 9 years. Never got married, but we did live together for most of that time. Moved back in with my parents because I had to restart my whole economic situation because a lot of it was wrapped up in her, or it was the whole post-COVID situation. And all I've done since is focus on myself. I completely turned around and fixed up my mental health situation, focusing on work, improving my financial situation much as I can, getting myself in better shape. In total, I've lost 40-ish. Yeah, I've lost about 40 pounds. And honestly, feeling great. And you know what? I know completely different situation from you, but like, ironically, my ex and I are still best friends. We talk regularly still. Um, she's moved on, got a new boyfriend. I've been focusing on business. Like, yeah. It's been about 2 years now. I'm going to the gym, focusing on my business. There you go. Yeah, thanks. What am I looking for here? Right. Don't flow improver thinner. When was that? I heard a thing drop. Now I want a little bit of like flow improver. There we go. Thanks, Red. Yeah, and like some of it was like I was kind of saying, like if honestly you need motivation and emotional strength. I'm not joking. Look up Jordan Peterson on YouTube. I'm now a man whore. Look up Jordan Peterson. I don't agree with 100% of everything, but like a lot of his way of taking perspective on, especially like progress and stuff. Been just sleeping around cute girls lately. Fair enough, man. Go for it. I am not at all one to judge for a variety of reasons. Uh, but yeah, like how to get your life put together. He's got just amazing stuff on how to view life, especially when life sucks, how to completely change your perspective on it. And like I said, I killed my depression just hands down gone. It's not even like, oh yeah, I've got it under control. Like, no, I can't imagine myself depressed anymore. It makes no sense to me. It just completely gone dead, defeated. I have a completely new perspective on how I approach life, and it has me craving life. All of it, everything. I will take pain and pleasure, and I will continue to Seek strength. Too old to put up with BS. Dude, I feel that, and I'm 28. Oh yeah, same. Was addicted to alcohol and weed. Yeah, I never got like addictions, but I was like super just depressed. I was suicidal several times, and yeah, can't even imagine it now. Like now, I want immortality. Like I have no plans on dying. Like no, I got stuff to do. I got things to achieve, places to be. uh, what was it? Places to places to be, things to meet, people to do. So, Diablo, you need to become slide tabletop before the heresy. Yeah, I need to just become a perpetual and then get through the heresy. Correct. There's the game plan. Become a perpetual, and then when the whole when psychers start popping up in the like 25th millennium, become a psyker. I could handle being a psyker. Dude, how much would that suck for demons, like hanging around me, like wanting to eat me? It's like, oh yeah, come and get my soul. I'm a perpetual. I never die. I can't die. You never get me. Perpetually better than mortal. Yeah, because it's functional and like it's mechanical immortality. Just basically Wolverine. Oh wait, there is one potential hiccup, right? It has to beat the thing that film theory figured out. Matt Pat from Game Theory, Film Theory. He made an excellent point that there's actually a very easy way of defeating Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, yeah, we get. Yeah, I need to switch to songs, so it's not the videos, so it's not a bunch of weird intros. Anyway, actually, nope. We'll skip to this. All right, here we go. Immortal. Just pour a big block of cement around them. Perpetual. You die, new body. Joyman and Leonardo DiCaprio. Life only date girls ages 18 and 24. Women my age too entitled. I feel like a lot of women my age are too entitled, but even it's whatever. I'm mostly focused on finances currently. Oh yeah. So the way to easily beat like regeneration is actually just do damage to the brain because you're not gonna kill them, but you're gonna wipe out their memories. Memories don't regenerate with new brain matter. Those memories are gone. So every time Wolverine or Deadpool regenerates their head, it actually should be a completely different person. Maybe not completely different, but like mostly different. Like their memories are all gone. And every time they get hit in the head, it takes serious brain damage. a section of their memories is just gone forever. That's how it would actually work. So you gotta find a way, a version of perpetual whatever that gets around that somehow. Now, if the perpetualness is because of like warp shenanigans, that could work around it because the warp kind of ignores rules like that. Yeah, so like in that comic where Wolverine regenerates from a single drop of blood on someone's sword and then stabs the dude, he wouldn't have come back and stabbed the dude because he wouldn't have known who the dude was. Yeah, seriously, the last week, I'm random tonight, I'll be in and out paying IRL. No worries, Diablo. Uh, but yeah, the last week of me having the flu, I was binging film theory like so hard. I don't know why. Could go to Bellatar's call around and do memory wipes. Seems to work from. Oh, he does memory like download stuff. Yeah, no, I want to do that too. Honestly, it's great because he can get multiple versions of his own consciousness working on different projects, which he has, like a bunch of them. Like he has a giant fabrication location slash warehouse on Mars with an upload version of his consciousness there, doing all kinds of experiments and fabrication stuff while he's off. Well, his like core body is off researching. Was it Blackstone? Yeah, I'm down with that. I think making copies of your brain is a good idea. I don't think uploading your brain to a computer is a good idea. That seems a little fishy. I think that and like teleportation. Teleportation is another thing that I'd be very questioning of because we still don't really know how consciousness attaches to, maybe attaches the wrong word. What consciousness arises out of? We still haven't really figured that out. So because of that, yeah. Oh hey Zephyr. Seems he also has an AI. He also has an AI. Or the Fabulous Battle Rav, clone yourself. Here's the problem with clone yourself. Your core person dies, I think like that one's actually dead. It's just as far as everyone else is concerned, you're still around. You know what I mean? Like which doesn't help your core person. Your core person's still dead. So like I am still dead. There's just another version of me as that everyone else can be involved with. That doesn't help me any. So I never really liked that route either. Because the whole idea is to keep me alive, you know? Who's smarter, Belisar's Call or Fabius Bile? Belisar's Call. Belisarius Call was a master of the Mechanicum when Fabius Bile like became a legionary. Belisarius Call succeeded in Fabius Bile's primary like mission statement before Fabius Bile really got to work on said mission statement. And we know that because there are Primaris Marines that remember when Rorgul Dorn was still around, which means within M30. between M32 and M33, which is right after the heresy, which means the Primaris Marines were successful within the first 1,000 years. In the first 1,000 year, oh no, in the first 1,000 years, that was like the slave wars and stuff going on in the Eye of Terror. Like Fabius Bau hadn't even gone back out of the Eye of Terror by the time that Belisar's Call already had successful Primaris Marines. Because none of them could leave the Eye of Terror. That was the whole point of Black Legion books, which ends with the beginning of the first Black Crusade. Which the first Black Crusade is where Rogel Dorn disappears. So if you have Primaris Marines right now that remember seeing Rogel Dorn, or at least Rogel Dorn being around, then that means that literally before Fabius Bile, sorry, I'm all over the place with names, before Fabius Bile even got started on all of his stuff, Belisar's Call had already succeeded. Ministers are canceled? By who? The feminists? They ain't gonna stop me. White scars, why they gotta be white, huh? Because they're chromatically white. But the people bearing the scars are Mongolian, so they're the space Mongolian. There are no isms left in 40k because except for speciesism, because simply everyone else, like everyone's just trying to survive. There's no time to develop isms. That is helmet. Did you miss the actual head? This helmet's gotta go somewhere, man. I thought you were another one. No, this is the same dude. I will hopefully be finishing tonight. That's the idea. And just did that temp for ease of access. That temp for ease of access. I have no idea what you're referring to. You have lost me. The plot has been lost. The plot is lost. All hail the plot. The plot. Long live the plot. Long live the necromancer. I I really should be annoyed my necromancer's dead, but honestly, every time I think about it, I get upset about what's happening in my cleric campaign. It's not worth explaining. Okay. So 30k wolves were Vikings, 40k space wolves are furries. Yes. Pretty much. Yeah, that's a great summary. Like all of the chapters, after their Primarch's gone, they have slowly degenerated in some way or another. I have 22 hours to my D&D game, and I'm just waiting for it. I've got 24 minus 3, 21 hours until mine. It ends this time tomorrow. I don't have my Necromancer game because I got, not my Necromancer game. Sorry, my Bard game now. It's my Bard game. It's my Oh, for new people, I am beginning next week, like Sunday after next. My I'm resuming a D&D campaign with a Warforged bard that casts spells by painting on usually himself, and his name is Pallet. He's also the beefiest bard you've ever seen, as he is straight up like the Terminator that decided he wanted to be Bob Ross. Lone Wolves are cool. Lone Wolves are very cool. In the sense that my Bard's background is that he was created to be a shock trooper, and then when he gained full control over himself, he went off and decided he wanted to take the built-in skills of painting, which were used for stuff like camouflage and stuff, and make cool art and stuff. But he's still a 6'5", 310 pound, con 14, dex 14, strength 18 melee monster that now also casts spells through painting himself. I can't wait. It's gonna be so much fun. He's so pretty, honestly. He has a masquerade tattoo, which he can cover up to his entire self in any looks he wants, whatever. And he has like a sleeveless, like flowing robe thing, like parted robe thing that is glamour weave. So you can also change all that anytime, like all at a will. It's so great. The game I played last Sunday, we had just got to a cave in the mountains and fought slash killed an aboleth. We decided to explore deeper, find some loot and such here and there, until we got a bit deeper and round a corner and got to a full-blown black dragon. We are level 7. Oh no. We were already at like half health from the aboleth, missing that spell restored breath attack put me to 1 HP. Oh boy. That's what I'm terrified is going to happen with my cleric game. We're going through a wizard tower. We are level 11. We have gone through uh 2 combat encounters and several environmental encounters already. I have as the cleric, as a life domain cleric, 1 Shield Divinity and uh 2 level 2 spells and 3 level 1 spells remaining. And my party insists let's keep going forward because, quote, it's too spooky to take a long rest. Even though I have pointed out how where we are right now, logically, we are perfectly safe. Now I'm like, we need to take a long rest. If we run into anything like anything we've come across so far, even just a little bit, we are dead. It's not even just us. We have NPCs with us. Like, we have like the equivalent of like a level 2 wizard with us because weird story reasons. He's already like gone into death saves like 3 times. Only got back up because I was around. Like, we need to take a long rest. And we left off with not being sure about the end of that discussion. Playing a level 5 Necromancer right now, and I just got my first zombie. Nice. I was playing a level 8 Necromancer that had a bunch of skeletons and just got given guns. I had 5 skeletal Minutemen. I was so excited. They had like good guns too. And then insta-killed. Lava. Dumped in by the Paladin, ironically. By accident. And there was just no surviving that. 106 damage or something to that extent. Instantly. Yeah. So I cast a Fly myself, which was a reveal that I even have that. Dashed away 120 feet for a turn 120 feet a turn, 2 turns in a row, and just dipped. Just said peace, left the rest apart to escape unknown, because if I do as much as stub my toe, I'm dead and there's no saving. Yeah, right? Self-preservation kicked in, and I was gone in 12 seconds. Like exit cave to the open world. That's awesome. Best part of being single, I can have death guard bed sheets and shower curtains too. Dude, listen, this is just the type of guy I am. Like, if I decide I want Raven Guard sheets and shower curtain, guess what? I'm having Raven Guard sheets and shower curtain. Knowing me, I'm not gonna stop until I find a chick that would actually be excited for that. Like honestly, my ex was a crazy artist and actually liked the fact I was getting into art through miniatures. She was just having jealousy problems from her own insecurity. That was the main reason it was ever like Warhammer was ever an issue in our relationship. That wasn't the reason we broke up, but just saying. Hello, freedom. Yeah. No, I know that feeling. I just picked up flying as hardcore searching for some kind of cliff or sheer face I could huck myself off of to reveal I have fly, which mega effect. uh, that's what it was like with my necromancer. Initially, I mean, Sai knows this, but for everyone else, oh, I missed that with the Black Templar. Um, I was hiding the fact that I was a necromancer. I was wizard necromancer subclass, and I was playing off as an illusionist for like weeks. It was actually months. And it wasn't until we were in a fight with an adult red dragon, or maybe it was young adult red dragon. It was a red dragon that was beating us pretty like cleanly, that I revealed myself as a necromancer in a super dramatic way and just opened up a bag of holding with a bunch of skeletons armed, armored, and ready to go. And my mage armor turned from like translucent purple plates to like bone that, the whole like ribbed bone effect even like fully covering my face, and like the vegetation around my feet like began withering and dying, and then a whole bunch of skeletons pop out of my belts, and it was actually even more dramatic than that, because right before that, our like I was standing next to our cleric, like actually on the map, like standing next to our cleric who was super against undead. And I was like, "Would you say this is a dire situation?" He's like, "Yes." And I put my hand on his shoulder and I look him in the eye and I say, "I'm sorry." And then I walk forward and begin the whole transformation. He's just like his jaw's just like on the ground. Shows I need to make a like pamphlet of time location for my player tomorrow. Well, we better get to it, man. You gotta build a whole mini civilization. Find it easy just to give them a map and tell them the key location the moment I enter town. Yeah, usually how it goes. But yes, my poor necromancer. He will have to wait for another campaign another time. He did not get. I did not get the full experience out of my necromancer. I'm playing that guy again in a different campaign. That already was a second campaign, because the first campaign, which was very fun, after our first big story arc with my character involved, like we finished that finished that bit of story, and then we're like having an intermission bit. We're doing just like stuff over like a time skip of 6 months. We do a little bit, and then like between sessions, I just find out that I'm like kicked and banned from everything. Never learned why. It was so weird. But hey, people are weird sometimes. Won't be the first time I'm just suddenly like thrown out of some kind of group, to be honest. I am definitely a love me or hate me kind of person. Got the town done, just gotta label it. Alright, that's not so bad. Actually, I don't know why I'm even bothering fixing that. That's all gonna be covered in freehand soon enough. Pretty soon, actually. Just have edge highlighting to do. Alright, so we're at 7 hours. I'm feeling okay. We're definitely not finishing this guy before we hit 8 hours, but I'm still gonna push forward to try to finish this guy because we got put freehand on this, transfers, and then paint his chainsword and his left shoulder. Correct. Oh hey, faces and bases. It better tick. What's up, man? Poljan is a base card. Nice. I need a white scar. Jordan Pearson had a video on OnlyFans and easy access to seeing naked women, and it's damn just a young man. I can agree with him. Yeah, it's got its problems. I'll drink more water. The pop-up's still not working. It's so weird. Hello, mate. Yeah, circling back around if real life got busy. You will. I am back in the swing of it. I'm still working on a little bit of like weird congestion thing that only pops up when I talk a lot. It ticks me off, but besides that, pretty good. Guys, you're gonna pay water. No. Actually, we have a command for that. Command paint liquor. Personally, I don't like gold trim and night lords, so I made my own scheme kind of. Sounds reasonable. Go for it. Yeah, actually, give me a second. There we go. Breathe. That's the other Breaking Benjamin song. But yeah, I am on my feet. Bases. How are you? And I hear you on real life getting busy. I don't know if you noticed the announcement in the Discord, but like, oh man. Straight from flu to 80-hour weeks. Let's go. Actually, it hasn't been 80 hours yet. I am actually still studying for that job. They haven't given us the green light yet. We're thinking mid next week, but I've got a few other short things here and there that are making ends meet, despite, really wasn't planning on taking a 3-week unpaid vacation. But it is working out. It is just by the skin of my teeth working out. So all good. Like your sub-assembly approach it, I've seen this before. Yeah, especially for like stuff like bikes. Um, Man, painting bikes fully assembled was so annoying. This is so much easier, I gotta say. By the way, that's what we got so far. And he's gonna be like this. It was fun to figure out the sequence to do this guy correctly. It is a bit of a jigsaw puzzle, where it's like our next bit on the model will be this piece because it's got the pegs here, the pegs you like the female pegs, and it's gonna be the male pegs over here in. Then the chainsword. Oh wait, no, sorry. Before this will be the console, which is painted. The console handlebars bit. Then this, because the top of this hangs over it slightly, will hold it into place what's loose, not glued. Then this one. Then the chainsword. Then the last piece will be his left shoulder, which will glue to both his body and the handlebars, and laying these bits over the handle of the chainsword, like like that. Real weird there, but I made it work. I'm gonna choose having a midlife crisis, probably ditching IT to do commission painting. Oh wow, really? Bad things are going on your side. Discord updates have been well received. Excellent. And yes, CFC for all the new people. We've had a bunch of new people today. For all the new people, there's the info on what the Cash for Chaos thing is that's been here this whole time. That is a community generated paint job, which if you get involved, you can actually end up with that many. There's only a few parts left. We have a new command, command CFC remaining. There's a few pieces left on him that need at least some kind of paint applied, and then he'll be done. And we can choose a winner, send it out, and begin working on the next model, which will be Death Guard Plasma Dude. But yeah, let's show off what this actually is and what's going on. So we have oh yeah, we have Converses. Someone had me paint Converses on them. These were white originally. And they have brown foot. A Nerf gun with branding. We have a bunch of UV paint on this dude, including UV fishnets. We call him Old Pink Eye. Wonder why. Let me pull this back a little bit so you can see more actual color. He has like Fire Fist going on, which was a funny Black Legion reference. A whole bunch of the rest of them was actually painted using a random paint color generator I made. Command paint, I think, or command random paint will actually choose a random paint from all the paints I actually own. Thanks, but Nerf Bolter. I just knocked the other Death Guard on the ground. Let's not do that. Oh no, I broke his horn. I gotta fix his horn. The bit's still there. It's just barely hanging on. Venom will be so upset if he ends up with no horn. Or with a broken horn. He was all about wanting to make this dude a purple one-eyed, what was it? One-eyed, one-horned purple people eater? Something like that? Oh, it's double broken. Oh, jeez. Son of a... Of course, that's the bit it lands on. Okay, so I gotta go up a little bit. I was talking to this cute girl who works in my local hobby store after we hanged out. She texted me a link to her to her OnlyFans. Ah, oh, makes sense. It's really easy side money. Considering it's been done by a committee, the Plague Marine looks great. Yeah, right? It was pulled together a lot by my local game store owner coming in and demanding that it be airbrush spritzed. Alright, I'm gonna wait till that dries before I fix the very tip, I guess. That's frustrating. Anyway. So this was way more vibrant, and then he got hit by a bunch of orange and a bunch of green. But anyway, what's left is actually putting something serious on the base, on these pipes on either side of him and his belt. And I think that's it really. Yeah. Command CFC remaining will confirm that, and command CFC price or sheets will get you how it's all priced. Command tip is how you put the money in through. And then I have to stop doing the white scar and then do that. Model a small cork on it. That'd be funny. Green stuff, fix the horse and Nurgle's rot. Yeah, I don't, I think it was Mike the Potato. Yeah. He paid for me to green stuff in all the details on the gun and then paint it as a Nerf gun with the Nerf logo freehanded. And thankfully, when I explain later, like the recipe for it, someone clipped it because due to me being sick, I think I lost the VOD where I actually did it, unfortunately. So I suppose someone will have to get another Nerf gun done in the future for me to make a guide on it, but whatever. It's not for sale. What is if you take part in him being painted, uh we then do a random um selection of one of the participants and that person gets the mini shipped to him uh free of charge because it was part of the CFC. Currently we only have like 6 people in the running, so you got pretty good odds. Let me actually pull up that list. 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 people, and if you can put in as little as $1 worth of additions in there, and your name is on the list. And then once he's done, we move on to how much would it cost to make me one? What do you mean? Like a commission? Depends on what exactly you want. Like I do commissions. I'm a commission painter. Like I just need to know what. First, that Nerf gun is cool, funny. Um, I mean, if you want just like a bit, like a hand holding a bolter, paint as a Nerf gun, and then sent to you. Um, I mean, bases, I will accept you paying for shipping if you really want to, but I wasn't going to require it because like that dude's made me like $300 so far. It's plenty lucrative for me to pay for both the models and the shipping. The downside is like since we hit this point, which was like a week before Christmas, I haven't been able to like finish this guy off already. I would love to move on to the next model. Just we got to finish them before we get, like we actually got to put paint on all of the stuff before we move on. Them's the rules. uh I think it's just because I mean you can put paint on other stuff on him. I'm just saying like those are we gotta have every part of him have paints actually applied to it before we can finish up. Death Guard in Terminator armor with Nerf gun. You mean so like a I mean, do you want the rest of it painted? Besides the Nerf gun? Which Terminator armor guys have guns? I know you have the Death Shroud, which have like the sides. Death Guard Terminators. I don't remember what their normal ones look like. Hold on. Pulling up picture. Blade Lord Terminators, right? Do they even got guns? Yeah, I got Storm Bolters. Storm Bolters, combi guns. I could make I could paint one of those up with a Nerf gun. Um, I would need the mini, which I mean, if you're serious about this and get in the Discord, I can send you my shipping info. You can get me a Terminator. Tell me how detailed you want the rest of the model painted, and I can get you a quote. Even water like a super soaker. Oh, that would make perfect sense on the blight launcher thing, whatever that thing is called. The folded. No, that's the folded blade drone. What's that called? The the weird plague flamethrower thing. Paint as a super soaker. That'd be hilarious. Yeah, I think the real question is not how much to paint the Nerf gun or Super Soaker, is how much you want for me to paint like how detailed you want the rest of the guy, because that's where the real work will be put into. The toy gun's easy. Super Soaker, yeah. I mean, I could like just prime it and paint only the toy gun part, and then you paint the rest as you will, and that'd be pretty cheap. In fact, the shipping back and forth would probably cost more than the actual paint job. But I mean, yeah, sure, I could do that. It'd take me an afternoon. It would take me a stream, and then you can have a super soaker or Nerf gun. I mean, hey, we can do a whole bunch of. Did I not? I didn't highlight this. Gotta go back to the Core X White now. I can see the fear in his praise eyes. Yeah. Okay. You know what would make this way easier on you? I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. If you're serious about trying to commission me to do something, use Command Commission or go into the link tree right there. Go use the commission thing. That'll take you to my website, which has a whole form, can give you ideas and um help you answer a bunch of my to me like obvious questions so I know exactly what you want me to do so I can then tell you what a price would be. But yeah, the CFC guys are all on like a reverse raffle basis. I say reverse raffle because it's not it's like there's a relatively limited number of tickets and uh by tickets I mean segments on the dude, and the more segments you cover the less competition you can have, type of deal. um but yeah, you can't flat out buy it. Other people already bought into it that were expecting the opportunity to potentially get it. Anyway, right, just a flying visit. Hope to catch you again soon. Have fun. Yeah, absolutely. Always great to see your faces. Don't be a stranger. Imagine going to Las Vegas tournament with entire Death Guard army and toy guns. Dude, that would be awesome. It's all Nerf guns and Super Soakers. That'd be great. Death Guard would be the guys to do that too, because they have the potential of all being jolly jokesters and trolls, and they're tough enough that like some of them might have even brought like actual Nerf guns, and then just walk up and beat you to death with their bare hands. Like they could actually pull it off. Oh, thank you. I will keep that for when I need it. There is now a saved potty break ready to go. Stretch, also good idea. Thank you, Red. How's the squad leader coming, Red? Ah, Alright, pretty good. Take a short break, working on the insignia. Nice. I look forward to one day painting ravens again. Soon. Maybe soon, actually. I don't know how quick this client will get the next commission to me. Uh, so for those that don't know, I've been working on this commission for nearly 2 years. To be fair, off and on, like not consistently full time, but like off and on because of other contracts, mostly web dev. Um, but anyway, he messaged me a few days ago, and he already has the next commission lined up. He wants to start on a Leagues of Votan army, Ymir conglomerate, and we're doing a whole new approach than how we did this one, which is good. So the reason this thing was so insane was actually two big things. We had such a large order in one go that's really hard to quote like the larger a project is, the harder it is to quote it precisely. So this was not very well quoted. Secondly, and I changed my payment policies after this. This was the weight armor is based on an heavy metal recipe, not mine. So I'm kind of just stuck painting until it's done. I can't find clever ways of making this faster or more efficient while still maintaining the level of quality and appearance like I could with any of my own. When I get commissions that I can just do whatever I need to, oh, it's completely different and it's so much faster. Like you wouldn't even believe it. For a charity project last year, I was given a Start Collecting Necrons box, and I had that thing looking fairly good. Tier 2, at least. These are Tier 3, but Tier 2. The whole box, like from opening the box to taking pictures, was 9 days. Because it's like airbrushing, washing, dry brushing, inks. Way more efficient. What you got here? So close to a bingo? Alright, what you got? No, I dropped a model. Hold on, I gotta put this up. This is hilarious. Do I need you to make bingo cards for chat? No, go into the Chrome instance. Alright, let's take a proper look at this. This is hilarious. It's bingo. Good job. Drop some out. I did drop them out. Did not airbrush on a mask. That was the last time. I never wear gloves while airbrushing. Actually, I like paint on my hands. Actually, it makes me feel good. Painting non-white scars. Yep, not today. Not yet. If someone tips for Cash Chaos, you could get that. Arguing with chat, got that. Long tangent, done that a few times. A guy ate a plane, said that a few times. I thought about saying it more. No, I'm talking about right now. Yep, jam session, 10 plus minutes of music with no talking. Yep. Uh, thumb palette. I don't know what that means. Oh, painting on my thumb. I did do that once to wipe some paint off the brush. I didn't want to go down to my napkin. Basically being stubborn. You'll never get licks to brush. Paying white scar free space. Oh yeah, there's free space in the middle. Yeah, that's funny. Story time. Did it? Complains about white scars paint method. I was in the middle of that actually. What terrible take did I have? Which terrible take? Give me the terrible take. Cash for cash, don't know. Haven't gotten it yet. That'll give you two. That's a double. Unpermitted pipe. I did do that. That that is true. I was like, listen, guys, I'm gonna explode if I don't. Not how you spell lore, but we did have warm lore. Spills pain water. It's really hard for me to spell pain water. To be clear, I don't know if you're ever gonna get this one. Bonk head on cam. Are you kidding me? I've done that all stream. You have definitely gotten that several times. Marketing small business talk. Yep. Forehead visible through light. Oh, you mean forehead when in front of camera? Airbrush us out. Yeah, I didn't do that one this one. Yeah, you got double bingo because I dropped the model, which I have to finish repairing actually. Where is that? Oh, I put it back in the shelf over there. You got that through here, although I still don't know what get a terrible tank. Oh yeah, what's sup gained? That people give me water? I don't know. And ball head on cam through the middle. Yeah. You already got double bingo, man. That's really funny though. Oh, gain a subscriber. Oh, sub gained. It looked like sup gained. Oh, yeah, because the red marker's right over it. Okay. Sub gained. Why is that marked? I didn't gain a sub. I got followers. I didn't gain a sub. Unless someone subscribed to my YouTube channel. Man, you trying to play well, it's bingo, so I guess I can give you some leeway in being bad at it. Jeez. Nonsense. I still one bingo. Yeah, you still did get one bingo. You got the diagonal bingo because I did drop them all, which yes, um I should finish repairing. It's not even a good repair job. It wouldn't sit right. Anyway, Venom's gonna be mad at me. It's probably not great when your mod's mad at you. All right. Well, we'll hope that does it. Well, you know what? All these guys are destined to become cursed. So screw it. Now he's just more cursed. We do need to fix that cash for chaos dono issue. We gotta move on to the next guy already. I am, I am ready, but that's weighing on you guys. I got nothing. Where am I in the painting process again? I highlighted all of this. Okay, I was starting on the leg, right? I am somewhere around the leg. Here's a blank bingo card. It's pretty funny. I might have to steal this idea. We might have to make some proper ones. I might have to play with that. Yeah, we might be getting a special table edition of bingo or bingo happen. You know, there are sites where you can generate randomized one each time someone clicks the link, and right, and you just give like a spread of all of the entries, like all the potential entries. Yeah, yeah, we might have to do that in the future. That's really funny. Yeah, I can think of some of the other ones. Got political. That's got to be one. I'm surprised the new World Eaters 8-bound dudes don't look corrupt and more normal when 8 demons took over their body. Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, you are correct. Why don't they look way more cursed? Well, tune over their body, like, with that spelling, actually is still pretty accurate, to be honest. And get a little food, BRB, fair enough. Oh, that is going right in there. And the ones who won the battle with the 8 demons and have successfully merged look more cursed. Yeah, you know what? That does feel a little backwards, but you know what? Also, chaos. You know, I feel like the jam session one on the bingo card is pretty easy to get because you just need to be lurking for a while, like whenever no one's talking in chat. Really, like basically, if no one's talking in chat, I'm probably not talking either. I'm just trying to get painting progress done, which is usually like the beginning and ends of most streams, to be honest. Unless the hype actually keeps right up to the end of the stream, usually there's a bit of a fall off at some point. But beginnings of most streams, yeah. Actually, beginning of most streams, just me hanging out with a couple lurkers, just vibing to the music and trying to make painting progress. Got the hooves and wings look cool, but Gina needs to explain a little bit. Oh, I'm sure that's what the code. Yeah, I'm sure it's all in the codex. Remember, codexes are also a bunch of lore. Okay, I get paint on this extending. It's not done, but it's base card. Yeah, toss in Discord. We'll take a look. I would love to take a look, and I would also love to force everyone else to take a look. Because I can. And what else can be on that bingo card? I'm sure there's all kinds of stuff. Oh, flips slash throws his paintbrush. That happens regularly enough. I see there's a notification. I'll grab it in a second. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put that shader all the way across. Alright, anyway. I've been trying to find a good bone color for a while. Oh, I have a tutorial on bone you might like. It doesn't require the airbrush, just makes it smoother. Um, Command tutorials should give you a YouTube playlist with a bunch of my tutorials in it. But I can also explain, looking at this, it's a very nice blue. And get the wind cap up. Okay, so it's decent bone. I like your wing color. So my recipe for bone is Rakarth flesh until opaque, pallid witch flesh over that until you think it's opaque. Really, it's pulling up a little bit of Rakarth flesh still for a little more depth. Then wash with, of course, it needs cleanup. You just did the base coat. Wash with Skeletal Horde, which is one of the only contrasts that I've tried that I actually think should be used like a contrast. Then dry brush with Tyrant Skull, and then light dry brush with Praxity White, both of which are Citadel dries. That's how I do all my bone. Um, if anything, I'd be more concerned about making the wings look real good. Maybe get in there with a little bit of lightened white, like you throw a little of a lighter red into the corn red, make some veiny patterns, I think would look pretty cool. But yeah, overall, pretty nice looking, I think. Let me grab some bone. Yeah, we'll go back to that Outrider Sergeant that's already done. I don't know if that has that much Praxity White. I think I was going for a bit more Grizzly on this one. Hold on. Or we can get... There we go. That's what my bone recipe gets you. Yeah. Yep. And command tutorials. So, like I said, get you a playlist that one of those is a tutorial doing that. Oh, and all my tutorials are only a couple minutes long. It's basically me painting the thing, time lapsed, with subtitles explaining what I'm doing. So yeah, I think that bone tutorial is like probably somewhere between 45 seconds and a minute long. But it gets you all the important bits figured out. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that one bit of shading right there real quick. This ain't longer than they will see the farce. No, because I tried long form ones with me talking, and it took me like a week to make a tutorial for a like 20-minute tutorial on how to paint white. And now it's like 4 minutes long and took me maybe a day. Not even. Ugh. The spit is in my lungs. Mark Frisconi is actually leaning over his shoulder and painting before you know. You realize they're all made from stream VODs, right? And actually, my old white armor tutorial was actually wrong. I missed a step in there. Which ironically, I also did a poor job of executing this one, which is why I keep having a hard time with cleaning up the white because the cleanup white doesn't match the white actually on there. Funny way I'm pronouncing setup, setup, setup. Listen, now you just sound like a conspiracy theorist. And we all know how trustworthy those people are. Oh yeah, yeah. While you were gone, I thought up a couple more bingo cards. One of them was table gets political, and another one was flipping slash throwing his brush across the room because I randomly do that like constantly. It isn't round. It's actually shaped like a fresh Costco combo slice. Mangoes are made of human flesh. But were the people in Wally cannibals? Yo, I'm completely sold that Dora the Explorer was trapped in a computer game by Swiper the Fox, which is actually a demon possessing the computer game. I am totally sold on that theory. Gotta be kidding me. This is one of the most annoying things to fix. Like, most annoying sections to fix is the pouch. Can you just all wipe off, please? Or at least enough that you wouldn't be able to notice a problem. I think that's probably good enough. That one spot kind of blends in. Okay. So just listing a few facts, yeah. Alright. I think... okay, there's a couple spots I have to fix. There any of that white left? No. You know what? Not gonna worry about it. Free hand is quarter of 8 hours. It's actually quarter of 10 p.m. for me. Free hand. Alright. Two things need to happen. The company insignia, like on the leg here, which is on every single sergeant in this commission. And then something on the helmet. I actually am quite proud of how this one came out. So, all of the sides, triangle up into the knee twice, down, down, and then like halfway in the leg. Oh, jeez. I think, yeah, that's the main problem here. Stop doing that. Probably should stop thinking. My nose should stop producing mucus, too. Alright. Here's how I make that red. It's a lie. Wild Rider red, and then red ink over it as a top coat. So we'll focus on the company thing. I'll figure out what the helmet is later. As a future table problem. Hog Rider? Hmm? Alright, so I know all of this is done. Oh yeah, did I go over the edge to the... Yep, okay. Makes sense. Oh yeah, and I go back and highlight like the edges with this color just as is. Hey Bugatti, how's the Death Guard coming? If you're still there. Alright, this needs to go to... It's actually slightly past halfway. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know why this paint got so grainy, like, so quick. Jeez. Yeah, I am totally, totally screwing this up on several levels. Yeah, usually where the cleanliness of the lines comes in is in the cleanup. For some reason, with me, I get way sharper results out of going back to fix stuff with the outside color than I do with the original, going in with the original color. First or second draft, doesn't matter. I don't know why. Okay. Draft one. Oh boy. Oh man. Yep, there's gonna be a few passes. Okay. A little bit better. The angles are all wrong, but angles are like all wrong. Jeez. They're sharper at least, but the angles are all wrong. I was vibing to that YouTube, but okay, go ahead, skip my song. Especially for whatever this is. I don't even know what this is. uh, sure. Alright. Let's go back to the orange-ish. I can never decide if this color is more red or more orange. In any event. Hmm. 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 This actually needs to... That tip needs to be way smaller. But also makes sense. I think this needs to be shorter too. And the angle more severe. So pull it closer over. That just needs to have its tip sharpened, I think. That needs to be made smaller. And also its angle made more severe. Okay. We're starting to figure it out. Okay. I know this is riveting content right now, but just the best. That's what kept throwing me off. Okay, so this angle needs to be more severe still. And then, I mean, obviously this needs to happen, but then on the other side, I can't seem to get it to look quite like the other one. How do I get... Oh, well, just like that, I guess, actually. Just like that. Alright. Sweet. There's the... Um... Actually, I had to pull a little bit off the middle little triangle there, and then top coat it, and highlight it. There's still just step one. There's a step... I'm not gonna absolutely mess up step two. This is what I mean when I say I'm balling, but at what cost? So you don't have to. Alright, let's hold on. Just in my seeing situation here. Okay. Alright, now writing top coat, and that's what gets at that real nice looking flat middle red tone. So I will have to fix the middle center triangle bit again. Oh, and that actually. We'll have to fix that. I messed up the red that time. Son of Okay. Alright. Highlight the edges, like the hard edges of the armor itself, and the leg is done. Then I gotta plan out some kind of thing to put on the helmet. Okay. Leg freehand. Oh, actually, well, there's a couple of small things I have to fix the weight around it, but the freehand itself is done for the leg. Now, what am I doing with the helmet? Kind of want to do downward, like just a downward zigzag from the eye lenses. That sounds kind of nice. See what we can do. All right, I need more orange paint. That's where I'm at. I almost need a new uh butt pouch sheet. All right, there's gonna be a lot of cleanup here. I also think I need to make these like longer and sharper. My opinion might look better before you put any paint on it. Do we get a bingo card if Sai has a bad take? That wait was way too watery to be of any use. Let's try that again. Hey, also you gotta pay me $80 if you want to use my bingo ID. Oh, really? Yeah, well, you know what? In my opinion, your ginger snaps are better when they were just ginger snaps. Like real ginger snaps. I'm supposed to sprays black primer over all your white scars. You're, yours are not mine, right? Alright. That's looking pretty good. Let's get a top coat over that and some basic highlighting. I'm loving that. That's great. I'm for it. Worthwhile. Request before you go. What's the name of that sci-fi game again? I lost the playlist with Soar of the Stars. Alright, got mute for man. Go through that. Yeah, you got. Someone made a playlist with all the. Oh yeah, I sent you a link, right? Yeah, okay, you're good. I just figure you're leaving soon. Uh, I really want this done. I still have a chain sword and a shoulder to do. Jeez. And some of it's practical because I mean, if I can get this guy done before I stop streaming, then I can prime the other guy off cam, take pictures of this guy and his squad. I'm not taking pictures of any of these Outriders because, you know, I finished the first one right before Christmas, right before I got sick. And then a second one was mostly done while I was sick and then finished on stream right as I came back. Like, you know, it's just like, bleh. There we go. That did it. Okay. It's too wet. And go figure, I actually have to be up early to do that electrician job. Yeah. I can't use a YouTube one for my game salary. Fair enough. Okay. That is probably my favorite Sergeant Helm of the bunch. Actually, I don't even remember if I did the infantry guys' helmets. Did I do the infantry guys' helmets? Hold on. Where? Okay, I didn't do the Thunderhammer one, but he has the White Scars emblem on his head, so I guess there's that. Did get the leg treatment. Did I do the others? I didn't do any of the infantry helmets, I guess, for the sergeants, just the bikes. Well, between the two bike sergeants' helmets, I like this one more. Like, this is pretty baller, not gonna lie. In my opinion, anyway. I think my client's gonna be quite happy with that one. Alright, transfer on here, and then we're off to the chainsword. Well, we can assemble a bunch of it then. Yeah, the bike can be done. We can glue it to the base. There's actually a bunch of stuff we can do now. Well, once it transfers on, which, of course, I like wait till the very end. Anyway, whatever. We're fine. I'm getting tired. My focus is slipping. Fortunately, there's nothing super special about what's left. It's not a big deal. It's just time consuming. Probably gonna be streaming for another hour, honestly. I'm just gonna get more loopy the whole time. They need to just make some like white scars, like transfers for the travel markings. Like, geez. You know, in the codex, they show a bunch of the bikes with a bunch of those same travel markings all over the bikes. I'm just like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't even remember how I ended up like doing the freehand on the guys at the beginning. Oh, right, because I was doing codex compliant markings, which started as just like a fun haha thing, like because I because it'd be nice. I always end up doing more than the original order. Like freehand was not a part of the original order. I just started doing it. Under promise, over deliver. That's how I keep my clients happy and my bank account empty. Oh, that's nowhere close to dry. All right. Begin painting the chainsword it is. There's also, at this point, it's an annoying thing to paint. All right. Actually, before I get to that, I should restart my palette reset. Full palette reset. Okay. first thing I'm gonna do is paint the black handle. Nice thing about this chain sword is I only really have to paint 3/4 of it. Hey, Redwing, what got you in the Night Lords to begin with? Like, I know you liked the Night Lord trilogy, but did you like Night Lords before that? And if so, what got you there? Alright, thing's still drying. I can see it from here. Starting to steal, I guess. When I was first getting the Warhammer, I was really struggling to find what army to build and read a bunch of lore, and the reasoning the Night Lords had turning against the Emperors what did it for me. The reasoning... Oh, like the whole you made us into monsters, and now you you treat us as if we're monsters, that whole thing. Can we talk about how the thing from the thing is amazing sci-fi horror music? I wouldn't know. It's a song name. Yeah, the whole thing, I liked it. Totally fair. Yeah, I mean, the Emperor did make a legion with a genetic predisposition towards hordes, like fear tactics, extreme fear tactics. So I mean, I- Kurz could have gone a different way. He was meant to go a different way, but that didn't happen, and now we're here. The thing from the thing, unironically, tell. No, I get that. I wouldn't know. I have not seen the thing, nor have I heard its music. So here I am with a few $1,000 on landlords. Yeah, all makes sense. Nice. Getting the playlists where you want them. I just feel like they were the most justified to turn along with Angron. Yeah, the story of the World Eaters is a tragedy filled with incompetence. Like, the only thing I can think is was the whole idea that it was the Emperor's plan to eventually have the Primarchs and their legions fight each other. And he was kind of setting the stage for that with how he treated Angron after he realized that Angron was broken as far as his original purpose. Like, as soon as the butcher's nails went in, like, he was screwed. He basically could not fit his original purpose. So I think the Emperor just stopped caring at that point. And I was like, all right, this is gonna be one of the quote unquote, you know, detractors eventually. And yeah. Trying to think of what to do is lobby music for my sci-fi game. Music I play while everyone is singing in the Discord call singing for the game during breaks. For sure. Right, because it doesn't otherwise make sense why he did that, except he just figured it didn't matter. Ingron was a lost cause. I feel like that only. I feel like most of the community still doesn't fully like acknowledge that fact, because they still get on the Emperor for how he reacted, or not how he reacted, how he acted about the whole Nigeria thing. But it's like, would you massively care if you saw him as a tool and you knew he wasn't going to fulfill his original purpose, like at all? It's just like wasted resources to try to save, lost mostly lost resources. What got me into Raven Guard? It's a huge conglomerate of a bunch of their lore all together. Like, okay, I had a very long poetry phase. Edgar Allan Poe is my favorite. As one thing to start way in the back. That's a minor point, but it's still a funny one now that I think about it. Like, I've thought of it before, obviously, but like when you think of it, like, it's funny that even that is a thing. But no, it's way deeper than that. There's a lot more to it. I'm one of those people that as soon as he sees something in fiction, he instantly considers like, okay, how realistic is that? Like, just for funsies. And hey, if you can be super stealthy as a space marine, you should be super stealthy as a space marine. That is the pragmatic way of going about it. Additionally, using them for like infiltration, sabotage, and assassination. Brilliant. Also, I love assassination stuff. I like sabotage and sneak stuff. I used to play exclusively rogues in D&D actually. For many years, rogues are similarly roguish characters. Stealth was a big thing. Then after that, it was yep, the assassination thing. Also, their vengeance bit. I love a good vengeance storyline. Ironically, I'm not very vengeful in real life, but as soon as it becomes fiction, it's like I am down for like the most brutal vengeance you can think of. Like I am here for it. And in D&D, I have enacted a number of pretty insanely brutal vengeances, and I have a few more planned currently. Anyway, another thing is that I've ever since I was like 15, 16-ish, I've always been pretty political. and I am very much on like the freedom end of things. Like to the point that I'm outside the standard like American political ideology. I see both like Republicans and Democrats are both authoritarian types as far as I'm concerned. I am like super freedom, like libertarian, pragmatically, ideally anarcho-capitalist. So the whole hunters of tyrants bit, like, yes. Like, Ravengard will take down imperial governors that are overly brutal and wasteful without good reason. Like, they'll fight over a planet and be like, hey, you are a terrible governor. Blam. No kind of tyrants is safe from the Raven Guard, and like yes, they also are one of the better chapters in regards to treatment of mortals, both civilian and Imperial Guard. They have like um with quite a few of the Imperial subfactions, they have pretty good relations, including the Adeptus Mechanicus. And Korax, I mean, come on, is the avatar of all of these ideals. I mean, yes. He is the Emperor's vengeance. And man, am I here for it. Also, as you can see, I ended up quite liking the tribal aesthetic and have really been leaning into it. So, I mean, it's a lot of things all kind of stack up to make it, quite clear that, like, there wasn't really any other super obvious option. Like, yeah, there's a lot of other factions I like, but I mean, like, nothing remotely close as the list of things that Raven Guard has for me. It's fair, and I got to say I really like the whole question of does the end justify the means question of announcements. Yeah, as far as that, dude, none of my okay. Now I think it's my. I'm starting to realize I think it's all of. Well, no, the yeah, the sound alerts, like all the sound alerts just aren't working. It's very weird. Sup, Zophiana? Yeah, I realized that moment a long time ago, actually, because I am still here. Does the end justify the means? Yeah, that's a very valid question. That's something that like the Raven Guard is kind of the flip side of the coin with the Night Lords, which the Raven Guard say the end the means are important, and that's why they do it the way they do it. I think the Raven Guard the most efficient of the Space Marine legions in the best way. Technically, the Night Lords probably use even fewer resources, but Raven Guard have conquered entire planets with a single bolt pistol round because they just showed up behind the Imperial Governor before the siege had even begun and blew him away and was like, all right, anyone else want to try anything? Unsurprisingly, people were like, nah, I'm good. Well, no, it played, but it didn't show the visuals. It hasn't been doing that for anything today. Wonder if it has something to do with the fact that I haven't closed OBS in like 4 days. Possibly. Oh yeah, the transfer thing's right. Oh, research to world ratio. I think Netherlands did best because one world to get a whole system surrendered. Yeah, right. But Raven Guard are not far behind, and I think their methods are better. I think after that, I'm in the most agreement with the Luna Wolves. I think Brutal Wars. If you're not gonna go, well, paint currently no paint. I'm currently putting a transfer on, actually. As this thing is finally dry. Raven Super opening every more. You know, honestly, it's hard to recommend reading for Raven Guard, as a lot of their core stuff is not that great. Out of all the stuff I've read, I think honestly some of the best depictions of Raven Guard were done, or at least of Corax anyway, was done in the First Heretic, which is a book about the word bearers. Oh, another streamer's choice story time. Son of a. Okay. All right. So, all right. I'll just tell that story actually. So, Isfahan 5, the drop site massacre. Lorgar's on the field of battle, and he begins hearing from his sons over the Vox. My lord, Lorgar, father, we are dying. And Lorgar's like, how? That was like he's not hearing this like once or twice. It's like happening a lot. He's like, what even is happening out there? I don't need to wait for the water involved in that to dry. Now I'm gonna move on to Dawnstone on the handle. So he tracks down where all these casualties are happening. And it is a black blender of, it's just like motion. It's just like black motion, and word bearers are being like chopped to pieces, like straight up anime style, like just wrecked. That went terribly. So Lorgar jumps in. It's like, wow, this can only be one person. It's Korax. And then he engages Korax, and he's stunned to inaction by the look of absolute fury to a level that he has never seen nor even dreamed of before in Korax's eyes. Korax has gone full vengeance mode and nearly kills Lorgar. Like, he nearly wipes the floor at Lorgar. Like, Lorgar actually knows Coraferon and Erebus know. Like, you will die if you legitimately try to fight Korax right now. And Lorgar's like, yes, I absolutely will, but I'm going to do it anyway. If this is my fate, then so be it. And, yeah, Korax nearly kills him. He does a number on him. Until the Night Haunter blocks the death blow, and then Korax has to make the decision, either I get at least one Primarch kill and I die, and then I die, or I can retreat and fight another day. And he chooses to fight another day because the Raven Guard are pragmatists at the end of the day. We will absolutely retreat and fight on better ground later. Yeah, so the Night Haunter. Come on, you don't know your own Primarch's epitaph? So then later, roughly 10,000 years later, Demon Primarch Lorgar is meditating in his temple. My bee, boy. He's meditating in his temple and he starts getting Vox contact from his word bearers. My lord, father, we are dying. And then Lorgar's like, what? And they're like, a demon is tearing us apart. And it's like a demon. What demon is like causing this much of a problem? Fine, I'll get up and deal with this demon. He leaves his meditation chamber, goes outside, sees a bunch of his word bearers ripped apart. He's like, my sons, this is no demon. My brother, you have changed. And this is now a like, this is truly a murder of crows, an unkindness of ravens that is sweeping through the word bearers. It is now a like to the best we can figure out, uh fully realized Corvus Corax, who can now turn into a swarm of birds that can tear apart an Astartes in eye blinks. Plus, was not talked about enough as Conrad's one of the best combatants of Primarchs, and I asked that before you said that. Did you? Oh, I must have missed it. Oh, the Conrad who saved Lorgar. Yeah, yeah, okay. You right that part. Sorry. Um, it's also possible because there is a lag between both sides of us getting stuff and me saying stuff and you hearing me say stuff. But yes, anyway. Actually, I feel like a fair number of people know that Conrad was one of the best combatants because he was insane. No one could predict him. I'm sure you can't. I'm sure you can, Zophiana. And that's partially because I am now at 9 hours. I still have to finish this piece and a shoulder pad, shoulder slash upper arm. Fortunately, there's not a crap load to do on that arm. Still remember Kamar wanting to fight Sanguinius, and I mean, it was a good fight, but he would have gotten destroyed. Yeah, Sanguinius would have wrecked him. If anyone had a chance of just dunking on Kurz, it would have been Sanguinius. If nothing else, because Sanguinius knew exactly when he was gonna die, so he would have gone all out, and Kamar would have been roast. I mean, Sanguinius took down Cabanda and then turned around and killed Angra. Well, killed as much as you can kill a demon Primarch. Killed Angron. Tore the butcher's nails out of his head. That was such an awesome moment. That was such a good book. Alright, time for Microsoul. I like how they brought attention to the fact that Commanda's title is the Bane of the Ninth Legion, not the Bane of Sanguinius. Like, Commanda was always after the Legion. And as someone that really likes Devastation of Ball, there was a lot of really cool, like, moments for the old Cabana Blood Angels thing for me in there. The Dornian Heresy spinoff, I did. That was cool. I had spent a good number of years. I got refreshed on that, but yeah. I thought Raven Guard going for Zinch was an interesting choice. Did you ever read 50 and 60k, which were very good? It does make sense though, because you could have had basically the exact same scenario happen as happened to the Thousand Suns, like short of the old Magnus, like basically anyone showing up to Exterminatus Deliverance could have turned out the same way as what happened to the Thousand Suns. You not? Oh, you gotta look up the fanfics of 50k and 60k and read those. They are so good. Yeah, someone does a read through. I think it's 40k Theories does a read through of Dornian Heresy. Um, yeah, you can go and throw that in probably either 40k General or 40k Lore. Is this Actually no, this is drawing. I got a potty break from a while ago saved up. I'm gonna do that real quick while that's drying. When I come back, this will probably be done and we can assemble the bike. Getting very close. Now I've got another one saved up after I use this one. Let's see. All right. Okay, so. Oh, man. Alright. Let's assemble the bike and get the guy on the base solidly. Let's also see if the top of it will actually go all together. Like the seam here. The other two guys in this squad have had a problem of the seam not meeting. Here's the handle that was painted yesterday. Get rid of glue from that. And that will just kind of sit there. I'm leaving it loose because the actual glue point will be his arm. I need to make sure that meets up more so than it meeting up on the bike. Oh, that is not sliding in over here. Got a good slide in on the chassis part. There we go. Is this going in a meeting? Something's not going in all the way. Yeah, that went all the way. Okay, there we go. I think that's that. Honestly, I don't think I have to really bother with glue, to be honest. It's son of a where'd it go? The microsole didn't fully set in. Brilliant. Amazing. Lately, there's just been consistently some kind of weird problem towards the end of the project. This takes up a bunch of extra time. It's great. Where even... If I could find it, I could just slide it back on, but I have a feeling it's gone. Alrighty. So good. Alright, let me just... Oh man, this random congestion, it's so annoying. Pretty certain Zophian's in the Discord. Rate this lobby playlist as a JPEG. We Shop channel song. Perfect. Flower Garden, Yoshi's Island. Oh, I had Yoshi. Oh no, I had Yoshi's Story. Never mind. I don't know that song. Local forecast elevator. What? Lobby music, original soundtrack. That's all it is. From Kahoot. Welcome to Fantasyland by the Birdies. Skip to this, the Fly Guy 5. Oh, Delfino Plaza's really good. Super Mario Sunshine, yeah. Cantina Band is good. So the like three I actually know are pretty good. I don't know any of the rest. Hope you know most of the songs in there by heart. Oh, this is gonna be an awkward rating. I know three of those songs. I know those three songs pretty well. Very well. But yeah, awkward rating. I bet you have heard all of them and just don't know the names. Well, I didn't play Yoshi's Island, so that seems unlikely. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna apply this transfer after the rest of the assembly's done. That's how this is gonna go. What channel you want me to throw the link in? Toss in like 40k lore. Or 30k lore, actually. Do we have a 30k lore? Yeah, heresy lore. Bama heresy. I like famous songs, pretty much the type of music used in the background of millions of YouTube videos. Okay, then I probably have heard them in that case. I just don't know any of their names. Yeah, I meant this part's always a little awkward because there's so many different pegs I have to line up and not get stuck on stuff. And you can never tell which one is really the one having the problems. Okay, so I can get them very close, but I have to glue them. Actually, you know what I can do? I can just get glue in that middle bit. Oh, I have to hold this for a while, it seems. It don't want to be glued together. So it's good. Just kind of stuck like this for a while. Pretty sweet. I don't even know if the glue inside is like messed up now because I let it go too early. It might be. It might be useless. I might have to put more. Yeah, it's like partially sticking together, but I don't have a precise enough applicator for this nonsense. I can fix the shine issue later. This actually kind of hurts. I'm like really squeezing right now. On the plus side, at least it's not hot right now, so I'm not sweating, because that would take off so much paint where I'm holding this right now. Okay, I think we're good. There's a small bit of repair stuff here and there, but nothing crazy. Man, that really, really doesn't want to be in all the way. Alright, well, whatever. Minor detail. The hips look lined up. That's probably the more important part, really. So with that, we can properly affix this to the base. I put a bunch because I don't know the exact alignment, and I made the holes big on purpose, so I had some leeway to figure this out. I think just like that. Yeah. Once that dries, I will fix the issue of the transfer. And also hope that's a really good lock on that. So put the transfer over here, corks over here, and we'll get back to work on the chainsword, which is ready for iron breaker uh, highlights on the steel. It's both weird and nice to only paint like one half of this right now. Perk of it going on a dude's hip. Because, yeah, that's basically that's the steel highlights done. I do the white, and chainsword's done. Not that the white is a small thing, but you know. Apothecary white is really stuck again. Yep, this is lining up to be the first 10-hour stream of 2023. Yay! And it's on a night where, ironically, I have to wake up relatively early for my standards. Perfect. But if a guy could eat a plane, I can finish this guy tonight. That's how I see it. I just threw the shader bottle. Just straight up gone. That's what I'm saying. That needs to be on the bingo sheet. Okay, I had way too much on the brush. Should you though? Should you be done? Or have you only just started? Alright, and that was the very last White Scars Chainsword I have to paint. There are no further White Scars Chainswords, which is great. I can barely believe. I don't even really believe those words. Like I have painted so many White Scars Chainswords, relatively in a row, or actually in a row. Yeah, I've painted 10 in a row before. Was it 10? No, 8. I've painted 8 in a row before. There we go. Alright, now we can put that transfer back on. Oh wait, there it is. How'd that work? Okay, great, I guess. See if it's not wrinkled beyond all imagination. There always this thing where I get way too focused on detail and spend like 18 hours on one infantry model. Do I have to show you my intercessors again? Dude, should I show you the infiltrators I've started? And you can tell me if you go overboard or not? I know it's tilted, Sai. Is it tilted, Sai? Is it tilted? I will tilt you. I will find a way to make you permanently tilted. No, it's not too low. I always align them with this. That's my alignment. All of them are like that. Don't mess up now with the last one. We'll give that a second to dry. In the meantime, I am going to give a sneak peek. Are these them? Yes. Sneak peek as to what my next personal project is. 10 of these, and there's going to be a skull hanging from that. That's why that's there. Would you like to talk about spending too much time on an infantry model? Oh yeah, it doesn't have a backpack on. Yeah, I need it out of the way for the green stuff. Paint a Night Lord sometime? I'd be down with that. I don't know if that's a command I can really make. Commands are usually things that you like. I feel like you might not know what commands are. I feel like I've been talking about commands a lot. You might not know what they are. Commands are like this. I'm just messing with you. Oh. Just a command, paint a Night Lord. You have to stop what you're doing and paint a full Night Lord model. Can I redeem that? Use it like command word in D&D? Depends. Like Magic, the stream has some rules, mostly to protect my sanity. I can tell you one more command you have to follow it to the best of your ability. Oh, like that? Like a command spell? No. No. I've partially given that power to my moderators already, and I somewhat forget. That's how the whole potty break thing came about. That was Bree's idea. Or Folktale Studio. Suggestion. Paint? We're not even on paint right now. Or we're about to be back to paint right now. Hey Justin, what do you think? You think Josh will appreciate the treble markings on the sergeant's helmet? Throw. No. I refuse. That's not how this works. Uh, right. Alright. Last piece. Not a lot going on. Thankfully. Finally. Start the black. Hair and soft seal in there. I second this. This isn't a democracy, guys. I actually don't even think democracies are that great. It forms a government. Black. Right. Couldn't even remember what I was doing. Make straight, no tilts. Everything is straight. Everything is exactly aligned as it should be. Almost as flimsy as your goofy glasses. My glasses are totally fine. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I'll make all of that leather. Hey, Justin, can you believe when I finish this piece, I'll have 2 models in the commission remaining? Just 2. Now I have temptation. Oh, you're still here, Zofia. Hello. I forgot the pose is sick. Thank you. I appreciate that, considering how much green stuff I sacrificed for that idea. It actually was originally someone in the stream's idea. I don't remember who. Someone had an idea of having one of the white scars like going off like a rock ramp thing. So I made it happen. And ironically, no one was around the entire time I made the base. I made the whole like basis structure on stream and no one was around for it. I was alone with like one, maybe two lurkers. All right, so you gone too high. I didn't understand that at all. Iris FL, is it as entertaining as the guy who ate a plane? Am I gonna get a new saying that I can use like every half an hour ish from it? I in the background I was flipping to the Dorney and Heresy stuff. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. All right, that needs to dry. Another great idea of the mods right there. That was Venom. Which now I barely see. I saw him for correct. That's why you shouldn't mess with me. It's just a person who has glasses just like yours. What? You talking about what's her name? Helsing. Uh then buildings tonight slice my finger with exacto knife. Oh, classic. Post on Discord kinda gross. I personally will look. I won't force everyone to see, but I will look. Well, blood for the blood god. Chad Guy 1776. That's a great name. Blood for the blood god. You know, if you need blood for the blood god Bugatti, we have a paint for that. You don't have to make your own. They are. I can confirm this. I want to say it's my Rhino slash Razorback. Does have some of my blood in it still to this day. Somewhere in the crew compartment, I think. Real chances break their finger whenever they need blood paint. Ninja had a video about that actually. I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, if you guys want an actually good painting YouTuber, I don't know if he streams. Painting YouTuber Ninja. Ninja's pretty good. My Venom crawler claims some of mine. Yeah, it's just a thing that happens when you're making vehicles. It's usually vehicles, I find. Alright, we'll let that dry. We'll start doing the red on the stuff. Or should I do the yellow first? And let's get the yellow out of the way. Flash gets yellow. I don't know where all the Flash Gets Yellow went. I hardly ever use yellow. I legit have no idea how I have a mostly empty pot of Flash Gets Yellow. I know it's from like the original paint set I ever got like 5, 6 years ago, but seriously, I don't use yellow. What did I use it on? I know some of it went towards all of the engraved White Scar's shoulder pads, but I mean, that's not that much. And like eyes. Well, no, these days I use phalanx yellow for that. Hmm. It's a mystery. The missing Flash Gets Yellow. I mean, to be fair, I was very inefficient with my paint use when like, for the first year I was painting. Even then, a whole pot? Alright, now red. Well, I should probably highlight that, huh? Phalanx yellow. I straight up almost started highlighting the lightning bolt. I wish I was kidding. Alright. Red. I am going to be fascinated as to the statistics of this stream because the viewership count has been all over the place. Oh yeah. Hey Sai, you know how like back in like November you kept telling me to stream on Saturdays and I was like, I'm gonna do that, except the holidays are coming up. This is my second stream on a Saturday. And this is the first one that didn't have like a bunch of holiday stuff around it. So actual true Saturday data. Oh yeah, no wonder there's so many new people in chat. Oh, it makes sense now. Saturday will be a consistent thing going forward, by the way. No. Well, you know what? I'm gonna take advantage of that real quick. Oh, it came all the way off. Noted. Care must be taken for that. Patients wearing thin. Okay. I'm gonna give that a second to dry while I handle. I'm gonna put micro set on these side transfers so they don't go nowhere. Okay, point taken. Too much applied. Okay, that should be good. It is midnight. I have to be awake in 9 hours. Not super screwed. Like I've done plenty worse, but like, yeah, that's where I'm currently at. I still gotta eat another meal. I'm so close. I just messed up my license so bad. That's gonna happen. I believe you. Alright. I think I'm good to highlight black and red. An argument online about female space means down was called misogynist. Surprise, surprise, in that one. Yeah, so call them a what's the man hating one? Call him a misandrist for not advocating for male sisters of silence. I mean, it's the same thing. So you know Mika above a total? Yeah. What if I smash his Primarch children in AU with the Dornian Heresy AU? I'll mash his Primarch children. I don't know his Primarch children thing. He has a he has like fanfic going on. But yeah, ask the misandrous person if they think there should be male sisters of silence. Wait for their answer. And if it's no, then they're misandrist by their own logic. Man, it's all this obsession with equality. Guess what? Men and women are not equal. Huh. You and me aren't equal. And you know what? I like that fact. I don't want to be you. You probably don't want to be me. Unfortunately, I was blocked. Yeah, because they have, yeah, guaranteed they have no spine when it comes to people disagreeing with them. They wanna live in, echo chambers. This is not an echo chamber, by the way. You can absolutely have and voice opinions different than mine. But no, I will reply. I will respond to opinions I don't agree with, and I will do so with the best logic I can to support my own arguments. If you don't like that, then, well, I mean, I don't know how long you're gonna last here, really. Open and free communication, very important. Ideas so we can learn and do things better. I think we have a lot to learn from each other if people could learn how to listen. Basically, before the M's found some of the Primarchs, some not all had children, and he was modeling some of them, and I'll be working on one myself. So take that concept applied during an heresy. Oh, interesting. Son of Magnus. Which ones had kids? Is that up to like the person making his thing, his or her thing, I guess, making making their thing? Like, is there set canon for canon fanon for who had kids and who didn't? I'm having a really hard time like highlighting this. I usually don't have a hard time highlighting those. I've highlighted a bunch of them, but just I don't know. Right now, I'm having a hard time with that. Yeah, now my head's going all through like stuff about equality, equity. Those that want equality don't want things to become better, really. Or, well, okay, here's the thing. You can't succeed without there being a chance for failure. So in a world without failure, there's a world without success. And you'll never achieve equality anyway. Because like I said earlier, not only are men and women different, but I mean, you just look at each of us individually, insanely different. Can we see GW making Biggie and Erda making a few daughter smile after her, but it'll be a lore twist to satisfy Wookamass doing like 40k. Huh, maybe. He has some ideas so far ideas for Girly Man, Angron, Vulcan, and Sagi, and I'm working on one of the most likely many of Russ. Ah, yeah. Angron's kid, according to Mika, ends up adopted by Magnus because he was a psyker. Interesting. I can see that. I can also totally see Angron having a kid with some gladiator chick. Question was how they got off Nicaea. I think GW is not going to allow the woke masses to mess up 40K much. I'm actually pretty confident in that. And you know why I think that? It's because the authors, especially a lot of the best authors of 40K, have been quote unquote woke this entire time. Dan Abnett, you go on his Twitter as preferred pronouns on it. Like most of them are leftist or liberal. They've been it this entire time, and it's not ruined 40K yet. GW would have to explain why Biggie never tried looking for his dollars during 10,000 plus years. Well, we used to have the, what were they called? The Sensei? Was it the Sensei? And then, like, the Star Child and all those that were supposed to be, like, either descendants of Biggie or reincarnated Biggie. Like, we had those. They retconned them after a while. But no, I don't think GW is going to woke mess up the lore of 40K too much because they have been woke this entire time and they haven't screwed it up too bad already. In fact, I think little bits and pieces of it have been already implanted in what I would say is the correct way, like already. Like you can already find very small references here and there to stuff like other gender, like non-binary genders and um other sexual orientations, and they're in the different contexts you expect them to be in real life under normal, reasonable circumstances. They don't sell. Not even female Stormcast don't sell. Yeah, right. There's also that. It's because it's just not the target demographic. And I mentioned this before. In my experience, the women that do get into 40K usually go for Xenos. Usually orcs, Tyranids, and Necrons. Like over and over again. And a lot of the one, like I've seen one female uh Sororitas player. Bunch of orcs, bunch of Tyranids, bunch of Necrons. Like that people don't buy armies to represent them. They buy what looks cool because it's not a role playing game, and even role playing games that usually go a little bit out of your standard reach. Uh I don't. I'm one of the weird ones. I play mostly humans in D&D because I think that's cool. Be like, I'm a dude and I'm gonna choke out a an archfey, but I'm a dude. Like I think that's cool. But like for an army, like yes, I totally see myself in 7.5 foot tall, black clad, super stealthy, super soldiers that are not even human anymore. Like, what are you on about? Yeah, they don't want female space marines. Like they have sororitas already, which effectively are in every way space marines, except they're still human. And they're very awesome in their own right already. Like you don't need to add anything there. Exactly. How can a super jacked giant space marine represent me? Yeah, right. Better than what I would see myself. Better than what I would have to see myself as a mileage. Yeah, Red Wing plays Night Lords. Like the only thing that I could see myself like one to oneing with the Raven Guard is my political ideals of like freedom and like pragmatism. But like that has nothing to do with the fact that they're space marines. They just happen to be space marines. Like if those were an Imperial Guard regiment, I probably would have done them, you know? So I like Imperial Guard. I've thought of Imperial Guard as one of the more likely armies I would have as a second or third army. I do have eventual plans actually of making an Imperial Guard army as Deliverance PDF. Black armor, gray khakis. Uh, very. I've had idea. I keep switching between wanting to do them in like Cadian style, like very spec opsy, professional, because they are in the lore. They're very professional. They're trained by the Legion. In guerrilla and stealth tactics and everything. Um, or going the tribal route and making them like using the new Necromunda Ash Waste dudes. Like those would also be very cool, a very cool take on it, I think. But anyway, yeah, yeah, the whole argument's very dumb. Yo, am I done yet? I know I'm getting close, but like, am I done yet? This is very thin. Yeah, Red Wing, do you secretly hide desires to torture and maim for shock value? Is that your stick, really, in reality? Dude, what type of person would you have to be to play Chaos Demons? Yeah, right? How'd I ever figure that out? Or Drukari. Dude, I know a dude that plays Drukari. Dude's awesome. He's probably one of my favorite local players as just like a dude. I love that guy. He only plays Drukari. I also know a guy that plays Emperor's Children and Blood Angels and Imperial Guard. But he plays Emperor's Children. Also, super, super nice dude. Super, super nice dude. I also have an unbuilt Drukari army. Okay, well that tracks with you, okay? Mr. German torture porn over here. Oh, what armies do you play? Night Lords and Drukari. That's it. What? Excuse me? You know the people you actually have to look out for are the people that only play Word Bearers and Sisters of Battle. You see that combo? That's a problem. That's the person I'm more concerned about. The Jakar army is one my friend uses when he comes over to play. Yeah, it's totally fair. I'm just joking around. Iron Hands player, the actual emos. No, in all seriousness, everyone gives Raven Guard the emo shtick. No, emos are goths. Iron Hands, they are emo. How many armies do you have? One, just one. I have about, who knows points anymore, but I have just over 200 Raven Guard models. The Death Guard models were from the leftovers of the Dark Imperium box set, which are the only ones that I have remaining of all the box sets I've got. I've traded off all the other stuff. And White Scars are commission. But yeah, just crap ton of Raven Guard. Oh, and they're all actually organized, codex compliant. Like I have I have what I can make into a full third company. I just haven't fully assigned everyone yet. And I have portions of a bunch of other companies. And eventually they will be all painted as such. I did a no-oil, but not after painting the chain. Well, because I'll have to go back and do that soon. There's gonna be a lot of weight cleanup on the inside of this pauldron. I'm not looking forward to that. Alright, all the red is done. Let's get the rest of this thing here finished. So I need not Iron Breaker, Lead Belcher. Do the chains, and I'll have to do brown on the leather. Same way I did the holster. There's a small chance, it's not unlikely, but there's a small chance we might go over into the 11th hour. It's kind of funny, actually. You know, the 11th hour. In the 11th hour. That went pretty cleanly. Oh, is it not like that not dry? Like all the all the son of a All the lead belcher on the top of the chain just disappeared, just washed away. Oh boy. All right, I'm knocking stuff over. I'm gonna start working on cleaning up the pauldron while I wait for that mess to dry, and figure it out from there. I haven't listened to this song in a while. This was actually one of my jams back when I was competitive in Battlefield. Yeah, I had an interesting taste in like time to throw down music. All right, actually, I can't tell if it's the null oil or the just null oil and white, or if there was some lead bitch. I don't know. I'm just gonna put some iron breaker, and that'll make the chains look good enough. I'll be fine. Let the white totally dry, and we'll pick that up, you know, as needed. I don't think it's even. I don't think no is even completely dry, but you know what? Totally fine. It looks good. It looks like chains. We're moving on. I am just moving on. That's it. Also gotta start doing the little leather bindings. Back to my favorite paint ever. That's a lie. Mornfang Brown. Well, that was actually fairly painless. Oh, it didn't focus at the camera wasn't focused on it at all, but it went on pretty painless. Let that dry all the way while I get our coat on this, fixing the way here. Getting close. We're getting close. We're getting real close. Alright, Palette of Witch Flesh. Alright. Skeletal Horde to pull all that together. Oh, it's actually Skeleton Horde. Fair enough. Alright, the low charm thing is effectively done. All that remains is the weight armor and the transfer. So I may as well do after I attach it to the model. Buff carry weight. Is this song Magnus singing? I think Magnus wrote this song. Oh, and it's done. I really hit it. It's his newest spell, right? It's his newest spell. All this time, Magnus was actually a bard, not a wizard. He found his loot. Yeah. Is it mentioned any of the Primarchs ever playing like musical instruments or anything? I'm sure any of them could have if they wanted to. I just don't know if any of them did. Maybe Fulgrim, but I don't remember it being explicitly mentioned. Right, yeah. I could see Sanguinius with a violin. I could see Sanguinius like really going to town on a violin, like real ham on a violin. Or piano, yeah. Well, they're both stringed instruments, you know. Back in high school, I used to play guitar and keyboard. I own two guitars and a keyboard now. I just too much time focusing on just trying to make financial ends meet. I don't. I haven't put any effort into those in years, although I'd really like to. Oh, you know what part of it is too? I want to get out of my parents' house before I try putting effort in them because honestly, the times I get the most inspired to play it is like super late at night. I'm sure you can figure out what kind of stuff I like to play based on what's playing most of the time. But yeah, anyway, a reason brought up. Once you learn one string instrument, it becomes very easy to pick up another one. Like shockingly easy. And the skill and growth and skill in one will translate to the other. You have a guess, yeah. Uh, it was funny. Like I started with guitar, and then my grandmother started teaching me keyboard, and I noticed my guitar playing got way better as I learned keyboard. All right, this is effectively done. Let's get on the model and then transfer, and we're done. Nice, fits right in. Just have to apply glue. Very easy peasy. Dude, sweet. Just gotta toss a white scar transfer on there and right before I do that, micro set. Yours coming along? How's your coming? What you how'd the eye lenses come out? Eh, I need to not screw these up. I have this one for this guy, this one for the Blade Guard Ancients. Oh no, wait, no, the Blade Guard Ancient has a molded one. Right. Never mind, I can screw it up. I do have a backup. Kusarikon is also molded. Yeah, I would assume so. Okay. Never mind. I can actually screw it up. It'll be fine. You managed to save him? Good. That's a nice thing about painting. You can always save it with enough time and effort. It's a question of how much are you going to give. Because you can always strip paint, you can always add paint. Put that in a little envelope. And client gets that envelope of all the stuff. I just have weapons and a pack left to paint with base colors. Nice. I'd say the base coat progress in this guy's coming along pretty nicely. Maybe soon I can start on layers. Imagine if I was serious. Like, all right, now the detail painting begins. Oh, I've been out of frame that entire time. Brilliant. All right. Fortunately, now I'm stuck waiting for this to dry enough for me to put microsol on it. Oh, again, put away all my other stuff. Yeah, now the real painting starts, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, the pictures of this guy are gonna be awesome. This is a... Oh, interesting. They named it Evolution. I was like, this is a rewording of another song of theirs. Like they slowed it down and they rewrote the lyrics. Which one is it? Ah, I can't think of the name of the song now. But it's the exact same sequence. Yeah, former, you survived. I have also survived. We are in the very last steps. It has taken 10 hours 45 minutes, but I have finished the guy effectively. Oh, gotta get this transfer. Still feel beer in your veins? Oh boy. Is the ceiling still spinning? Watching paint to dry. The best part of the stream. Haha, that's the entire stream. That's all the stream ever is. Still loving the face. Yes, focus on the face. There you go. It still feels like he's looking, like he's not looking down the barrel, like he's looking like forward, which you know what, actually, him looking this way actually would make more sense. Like he'd grab the aim and then look that way. Anyway, you going hiking? Dude, you drank yourself asleep and then you're immediately going hiking. That definitely is a plan for success. It's gonna be awful. It is gonna be awful. I would have declined. I would have said no. I just want this to dry. And I can I will just throw a micro set over it. It'll melt down the rest of the way enough. And it'll hold it in place. And then I can be good. I think it's slightly misaligned, but you want to go though. Why? It's gonna be bad. You know it's already gonna be bad. You want to go here? All right, whatever. You do your thing, man. I'm just gonna be happy that I have only 2 White Scars models left. It feels hard to believe, but for me, 2 years working on this commission. Well, it'll be 2 years in April, so 22 months roughly is how long it will take me, because I plan on it being done within the next month. Because you hate yourself, clearly, and clearly I do not hate myself. I would not do that. I did this, but I mean, there's I benefit from doing this in the long term. Scar Lords? I've never heard of this chapter. I know about the Iron Lords and the Storm Lords. And Storm Lords are a pretty cool chapter. They're a White Scar successor. Iron Lords are a Iron Hands successor, I want to say. Scar Lords. I'm gonna guess that's one of those Space Marine chapters that no lore's even been written about them. They were just like a name thrown into somewhere to like be like, hey, these Space Marines over here did this in some like snippet of a codex. Like I'm pretty sure if I looked them up right now, that would be the case. Actually, yeah, after I put this micro set over it here, there we go. I can sit there and I'm gonna look that up. Because there are so many obscure Space Marine chapters that are a name and a name alone. And I'm going to set up the camera so you guys get a better look at this guy while I do that. Sure. Scar Lords. I have clicked this link before, apparently. Are you... Oh, wait, yeah, here we go. Uh... Yeah, they have next to no lore about them. A tiny bit. Let's see. The second founding, whose genetic ancestry is unknown. Uh-huh. The chapter suffered over 90% losses when an Exterminatus warhead was detonated by a Tau Barasuit pilot on the chapter's flagship, which chapter master. I think you've asked me about these before. I kind of remember talking about these on stream before. Yeah, that story is all of their lore. That's it. We know their power armor is terracotta and gold. We don't know in what arrangement. And their badge is a skull riven by lightning bolts on a terracotta field. So the revilers on terracotta. They did. Yes, she did. Okay, I thought so. When I saw it had been clicked recent enough to be in my history, I was like, yeah, yeah, this is. You have already asked me about this. How's this looking? Still drying. You know what I would be doing right now if it wasn't the weekend? I like right this second, I would be. Oh, hey, the thing dripped all the way down here and onto all the stuff. Great. There's a bunch there, lore and Farsight novel. Ah, alright. Now I keep model like this ish on its side, so it cannot drip. I wonder, I can't rename it, but want some space shark lore. Carcharodons. They are currently believed to be a Raven Guard successor that may even be the successor specifically of the Lord of the 19th Legion before he was exiled by Korax upon reuniting with Korax, as there as Korax did not care for most of the Terrans that made up the original 19th Legion. Several things between quotes about the Space Sharks mission statements match up with the wording given by Korax as part of the exile. Um, the Carcharodons are known to uh, they're a nomadic chapter, uh, just all fleet, like just a fleet. They don't have a home world, and they traverse the outer void of the galaxy, like all on the edges of the galaxy, taking out any threats that may come from there. And they fight in complete silence, but their fighting style is known to be immensely brutal and are particularly successful against other space marines, as was found in their primary source of lore, the Badab War, where they came in and messed up the Mantis Warriors chapter. They, hey Redwing, there is one thing Night Lords fear above all others, and it's the Carcharodons. Actually, there's a number of books of the Night Lords and the Carcharodons fighting, and the Night Lords get absolutely dunked on. I've not read them, but that is the basic summary. Well, if they are both Terran-born Ravenguard Night Lords, not as likely, as they don't show any of the Night Lord's psychological traits, actually. They actually show primarily Raven Guard psychological traits, in the fact that they don't torture. They're just hyper brutal in their combat, which is a thing the Raven Guard have always had a potential for. And the Terrans were like that, Korax is like that when he gets ticked. Uh, they also have a strange, interesting relationship with the Ashen Claws, which are a known renegade chapter of Raven Guard, primarily Terrans, from the Horus Heresy that apparently are still active today in 40k and still make um, business meetings, if you will, with the Carcharodons for a variety of reasons. I don't remember the exact reasons are. I think they're gone over in those books. I need to get those books. Uh, The Carcharodon's current chapter master, Tyberos of the Red Wake, who has an awesome miniature, but I've seen some people do him way better, is currently believed to be the single largest space marine in existence, even with the onset of the Primaris, and he is firstborn currently. Uh, they're very white though. Have you seen Raven Guard? Have you seen Raven Guard? They all get paler as they get older. Uh, then So Tyberos, he is so large that he wears Terminator armor that is hybridized with Dreadnought plate because it's the only way to make it big enough for him. He is that big. And he uses dual custom weapons never seen before, a combination of Chain Fist and Lightning Claw each. Larger than Phalbadon the Harmless? Yes, he is actually bigger than Abaddon. I don't know if bigger than Chaos Infused Abaddon. I think probably about the same size, actually. Like, Tyberos is big. His model does not give him credit. He is massive. Like, stupidly like he in his Terminator armor. He stands nearly as tall as a uh, Centurion. Like no joke. Like you could probably just wear a Centurion suit as like just armor. uh, right. So his weapons, big three hooked lightning claws, and then underneath are two, like in the palm are two chain fists, chain chain blades, and they're called Slake and Thirst. Let's see what else is there. They do decorate their armor with tribal patterns that match like Islander, or Oceania, Oceania, I don't know, Oceania, uh, in real life, like the not Mao, Mayo, not Mayo, Moa, is it Moa? I think it's Moa, like Moa style, like Moana. Okay. All but weapons are done. I think I'm gonna save those for tomorrow. I think this might be dry now. I think I can go away at 11 hours. I am 2 minutes away from 11 hours. So yeah, by the time I'm done with my wrap up and everything, it will be 11 hours. 11-hour stream. Let's go. It is 1 a.m. I'm gonna get food and then pass out as I have a fairly busy day tomorrow. It starts early. Like, I have to be ready with tools and ready to leave the house and stuff by like around 11. I have a little bit of leeway, but roughly 11. But yeah, this guy's done. So next week I will hopefully be in all of. I would like to just do this guy. I would like this guy to just be entirely done. I plan on starting Wednesday stream with him being primed. Maybe the base will just be done. Honestly, because it's not a huge deal. If I have some spare time, I might just do his base. It's just gonna be a bunch of base paint. Like he'll be separated and primed, and the base will be primed, the base will be done. We're just gonna do the dude. I finally figured out what I'm gonna do with the metal here. I'm gonna make it brass to match, or Rune Lord brass, which is not actually brass, by the way. But the Rune Lord brass that I used on a bunch of the Blade Guard and loved how it worked on the Blade Guard. I think it goes with the white and red very well, and the bone. And that's what's going to be the flag, and I think it'll look awesome. He will be mostly in he'll be in red robes and white armor, where there even is armor. That'll be literally a skeleton with some iron on his head, and yeah, I think we can. I know we can do it. Yeah, 11 hours 17 seconds as of right now. Um, but yeah, we're going to just knock this guy out next week. Depending on how long the robes take me, because it's most of it, this guy might even be done within a couple of streams, actually, depending. And then we have one guy remaining after that, which this guy will take minimum. This guy will probably be 2 weeks. Kasara Khan, because he is tier 4. Well, he's a lot smaller than the Premise Chaplain on bike. He will be painted to the same quality level, and he is white armored. Which actually I'm looking forward to doing white armor in like a higher quality, more blended volume-ish kind of scheme, as opposed to the main scheme we've been using this whole time. But yeah, he'll be non-metallic metal, a lot of blending, a lot of volume type stuff. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it actually. I do hate that his head is like currently is attached, and as far as I know, he used plastic glue, so I'm screwed. But we got it to work well enough on the other guy. That guy's head was attached, so at least this guy's not attached to the base, so that's nice. So there's that, at least. I think because I don't have grass on like anything else. I think I'm making a purple. I'm gonna make a vibrant purple grass when I get to that. I think that'll look nice with a black rock and gray dirt. All right. Anyway, and then the commission will be done, and then we'll see if the guy gets me the Voton like real quick to just start in the Voton, or we'll be doing Raven Guard for a little bit, which will probably be the infiltrators. Which I showed off. Well, I'll pull that back out now. Actually, here's a sergeant. Kit bashing a bunch more of these guys. We gotta put a skull back there, and painting them up. Yes, the backpack's not attached. The head won't be attached when painted either. But yes, that is the plan. I did it. A guy ate a plane, and I finished this model today. And I'm still very happy about the helmet, even though it's kind of hard to see, ironically. Oh, I'm trying to get level with the area. All right. Thanks for hanging out with me for hours and hours, some of you. You guys are awesome. I will see you next week. I will be back around 2-ish Eastern Wednesday, and Wednesday through Saturday. That's the schedule. All right. Yeah. Have a great one, people.